took my boys, you fuck me dick.
Hello. Hopefully I'm audible. The mic's probably going to get bounced around a bit on this stream. Because there's a very, very large box that I need to open, and I don't know how that's going to go. Right, because trackball, I was thinking keyboard for some. No, the MX. No, that's what I was talking about. I said, want to see my buzz? I was asking if you wanted to see my buzz. So, here's one of my buzz. There's another bar there, but that's a big one. Japanese bar. Fucking shite in this. It's been sitting on the desk. Yeah, here another ball. Here a big ball. But aye, they've got like white. They're probably not even ceramic. They're probably just like plastic. Pretty cheap, to be honest. But like wee plastic or ceramic or whatever they are, like wee tiny wee balls that the main trackball rides on when it moves, to make it move. But it should make it move smoothly, but not that smoothly. I'm not that impressed with the smoothness of the tracking on this. The other one, however, was absolute shite, like really bad. Anyway, how are you, Thorogram? I'm wearing my extremely official, definitely officially licensed IBM t-shirt because I've got a lot of IBM things to open. Well, at least two. There's another one that I don't think is IBM, but one of them is particularly exciting to me. I bought some dye realising I won't be able to use it on anything, says Thorogram. I intended to use it on, since both Realforce and Happy Hat keyboard cases are made of ABS type materials. Yeah, I mean the Happy Hat keyboard, as I think you've now realised, the white versions of that, well, since the hybrid generation or the classic generation, so the current Gen Pro series stuff, they are AES, not ABS. But I mean, I don't know enough about AES to know how it'll deal with temperature. No idea. I know it supposedly doesn't yellow in the way that ABS does, but I don't know if it's necessarily any more resilient temperature-wise, like PVT. But because I remember you saying you were wanting to try and dye one of your cases on a Realforce, and I kind of didn't really question it much because I've never even really looked into how the process works for dyeing stuff because I don't really care. Hello, Kawiski, how are you? I always kind of hesitate when I say your username because I'm like, is it Kaweski? Kawuski? I feel like it is Kaweski. Apparently AES is pretty much the same in terms of durability. Aye, maybe it just knows. First one, Kaweski. Was that the first one? I can't remember which order I said them in. So, boxes. I've got boxes to open. Gio, how you doing? Oh, I need to do my... Hang on. Where? Oh. There we go. Hello, Jaren. How you doing? Okay, so it's Christmas. It's okay. It's become a running joke how streamers say my name. Same. Every fucking person says, like, they either stumble over it. So it's like anachronism, or they literally just pronounce the word incorrectly in it. Like, I don't know, but or they'll stick an extra "an" in. I've seen that a lot. So like, I think people think like they know the word anachronism, and then they see the spaced out "an" at the start, and they say "an anachronism." So there's like an extra "an," but that's not what it is because the whole thing is it's an acronym, as in like I am an acronym. It's not even wordplay. It's shit. Like I don't know what it means. It's stupid, but it was like me amusing myself because it sounds like I am a singular acronym because an acronym is, you know, but it doesn't make any sense. It's deliberately stupid. I've had... Well, let's try this. Let's see if I can say these the way you meant them to be. I've had Kwazeki, Koskai, Kawuski. Yeah. But so what is Kaweski? Like, where did that come from? Like, if I'm assuming it has some sort of origin story. Because for me, it was like anachronism, as in, I feel like, I mean, my IBM t-shirt here. All the things that I'm particularly enthusiastic about. Film, all game consoles, all computers, things like typewriters, for example, old calculators, like, all the things I'm really passionate about. I was born at the wrong time to experience in the kind of, you know, contemporary way. So I'm kind of retroactively going back and going, oh, here's a cool thing that I've never got the chance to play with because I was born after people stopped caring. And Jiren, yes, sorry, to answer your question you asked a minute ago, I get it right, don't I? Yes, you do. Well done. Just a random bottle of Lafroig on the shelf. Yes, I see you. Yeah. That, by the way, has become a thing. So in the mornings, I come in and I do like a software development course. I think I've mentioned this plenty of times on streams. And one morning after a stream, where people, I think, Sinvec had redeemed the take a drink thing. Somebody else had redeemed one. So I had like a selection of whiskies through to like, which one do you want me to use, you know? And then obviously just left them in here. So I started at like 9 in the morning or something, or 9:30 in the morning, and I had like 6 whiskies visible in the shop behind me on the Zoom meeting. And somebody commented like, "Oh, did you? Is that a whiskey?" I'm like, "Aye." And and I think it was made worse by the fact that like I was rough as fuck. Like I have really bad sinuses, so like most mornings I'm like dying. So it just looked like I had a really, you know, heavy night, and then woke up like, which wasn't what happened. But anyway, aye. So there you go. There's the Lafroig. Lafroig's there because fucking Sinvec keeps redeeming. I don't think it's just Sinvec, but Sinvec often picks the Lafroig. So that's getting empty, dangerously empty. Anyway, right. Sinvec is, honestly, Sinvec is like the most regular viewer that I've got. Even when there's one viewer, it's normally Sinvec, which is nice. So we do love Sinvec here. But, and also just generally, I think Sinvec is very supportive of streamers that are in the kind of keyboardy adjacent world. Moving to the shop, you'll keep me company if you didn't mind. I didn't mind, that's fine. Right, so we've got at least, let me think, what have I got that I have to unbox? I'm looking around for boxes. 1, 2, 3. We did that one. There's a massive box out there. That's 4. I might remember something else. I feel like there's another one. Because they didn't all just arrive. Like there's a couple of these that I've had for a wee while and I've just not dealt with yet. But aye. So, I'll wait for Gio to get back to do the typewriter, I think. If he's gonna see it properly. Because it's pretty cool. I'm excited about this one. A good while back I got an IBM Selectric, as in the original Selectric, Type 1 whatever, Selectric version 1, whatever you want to call it. On eBay for almost nothing. And it had been bought at an estate sale, so some poor bugger died and it was in like their attic or whatever. And it arrived in a box that looked like it had been beaten, and it had been packed upside down, or at least it arrived with the box upside down. But there was no kind of indication on the box that like there was a right way up, basically. And if anything, the way that it arrived would have been what I would have assumed was the right way up, because the address and everything was on the top. So understandably, the courier probably thought, you know, they were doing the right thing, and actually the whole time it was upside down inside the box. So what happened was it arrived, I opened it, took it out, and there was plenty of packing material, but it was all like newspaper. It was just cheap, you know, shite. But it was upside down, so and it's a heavy, heavy typewriter. So the full weight of the typewriter had been pushing down on the horizontal bar. It's quite thin, which has like wee plastic bits on the end, and it had just completely sheared off at one end. So it was the weight had it had destroyed itself with its own weight because it had been upside down, and that was really heartbreaking because I've wanted one of those things for ages, and if they do show up, they're either like really fucked up already, or people are wanting insane money for them, and I don't really I can't justify that. Like, even if I did have it, I would probably not spend it on that. I'd probably pick something else that, you know, I'm going to use on a regular basis or whatever. Whereas this is very much like a nice to have thing. Like, I clearly don't need one of these, but and I'm never, you know, I'm not going to be using it every day, but I do want one that's functional, and I want it to be like a wee nice sort of corner display piece for me to have on a desk in my office. So I found another one. This is not an original Selectric. This is a Selectric 2. Slightly different, but what is my hair doing? There's like a wee random strandy bit, and it's annoying me. It's very similar. It's functionally much the same thing. But I'll just show you, and we'll have a discussion about it when I'm pulling it apart. And I hope to Christ this one's not destroyed in transit. It's in an absolutely gigantic box, and it does have on all the sides this way up with an arrow, and it arrived the right way. So fingers crossed. This is a tune, by the way. The music in these games. Oh, this is Bare Knuckle Blitz. So this is the original Streets of Rage, but in Japan it was released as Bare Knuckle. And then Streets of Rage was like the US and European title. So, aye, that's kind of cool. And I think the copy that I've got now is Japanese, if I remember rightly. But you can actually, that's one of the things that's cool about the Mega Drive. You can toggle the region and language. There's basically two, like, I was going to say dip switches, not quite dip switches, but there's two, like, jumpers, sets of jumpers in the PCB. Depending on how you set those jumpers, it will determine whether it's Japanese or English, and whether the region is PAL or NTSC in terms of like the scan. This is not what we're here to discuss. That's for another stream. Anyway, let's get the box. In fact, you know what? I'll do another one first. So let's go with... Okay, this is not... Let's do the non-IBM one first. And then I'll go and get the IBM boxes. I'm just making sure there's no address on this. Okay. This is very, very minimally packed, so I'm a wee bit worried about the state of the box in here. But Thorogram. Is Thorogram here? I hope he is. This is a very Thorogram relevant package. I feel like every time there's something specifically that I want Thorogram to see, he's no here, and then he's always here when there's nothing. Like, nothing of interest to him. Ah, he's here. Alright. You'll recognise this one, Thorogram. The number of times I've been like, Thorogram, are you here? No. Like you were and you literally just left, and then I'm trying to get your attention. Like with the Sun Type 6 the other night and that. But no, this is... You found this and posted it. In the Discord, and it was priced a lot higher than it really is worth, in my opinion. So I flung a wee offer to the seller and I was like, look, I'll be honest, it's sort of cool, but it's no it's nothing overly fancy, so, you know, here's a wee offer. Accept or deny, that's fine, you know. because it was kind of like easy Ozzy. If they hadn't accepted, I wouldn't have been bothered. Hydro dipping, oh cool. Hydro dipping's kind of cool. I like it in principle, but I think in practice, I'm not really not in a huge rush to try it. But there's a lot of, I want to make resin keycaps at some point. That's something I definitely want to experiment with. And 3D printing stuff and resin printing stuff and all that, you know. There's quite a lot of things that I want to try at some point. But hydro dipping's low on my priority list. You can probably already see this. The box. And I'm going to show you another one. I've got two that are basically the same board but in two different layouts. This is one of them, and I've got one that's brand new, like unused, new old stock, but in a different layout, which I've talked about in the Discord. In fact, I talked about when you posted this one for but it was kind of a case of like, if I don't get this, then I'm not going to be sad about it because it's not overly exciting. But I like these boards quite a lot. I know Thorogram does. Yeah, they've not really packed it properly, so it's kind of a bit crushed, but not the end of the world. This is a BTC, Behaviour Tech Corporation, I believe, or is it Behaviour Tech Computer? I can't remember. Enhanced keyboard. Enhanced because IBM ruined everything with the Model M. Never mind. In my humble opinion. Hey! Hammer Brother, how you doing? Oh, that needs a shout. Thorogram, can you do me a shout out for Hammer Brother? That'd be cool. My hair. I need to. Hold on. I keep bloody tying my hair up. I need to get a haircut. It needs to happen. Oh, Gio, I think the shout outs. I need to change that actually. I think I've only got shout outs enabled for like mods, and you can be a mod if you want. I think that actually happened on a stream. I had Disastertron was on a stream, and you finished Myst. You know, funnily enough, I was talking about playing Myst on a stream at some point myself. We've already got 3 or 4 mods now. Well, exactly. So there was a stream at one point where I was trying to give somebody a shout out, and Thorogram and the mods at that point, we had 3 mods. I had Thorogram and Tom T4TEEEEE, and then Ronnie, who's Old Scott Retro. Ronnie's kind of not been here for a while. I don't know what's happening with Ronnie, but I hope he's all right. But none of them were on the stream at the time, and I had like gloves on, and I was cleaning something, and it was all disgusting. And I was like, "Fuck, I need a shout out here," and I ended up, I think Disastertron was there and he tried to do a shout out, and I was like, oh, you need to be a mod. It was like, mod me then, and I was like, fine, done. So technically Disastertron is a mod, it's just like, you know. Anyway, yeah, I would quite like to do Myst, because in 7th Guest, I would love to stream the 7th Guest, because I love that game. But Myst is, funnily enough, Myst is one of those games that I've just never played, and it's one that like I've always kind of been like, oh, I need to play that at some point, and I still haven't done it. So definitely, I've barely touched my Windows PC for months because I'm just busy on the Mac all the time. Like in the morning, I'm using the Mac to do software dev stuff. Later on, I'm using the Mac to stream. I'm using the Mac to do all the KiCad like PCB design stuff. Everything's been done on the Mac at the moment. Which means, and also my desktop PC's like behind the Mac. It's really awkward to access, so I need to kind of like reach in behind the laptop to press the button to turn it on. It's a bit awkward. Anyway, have you played Yumi Nikki? No, I have not. I don't think I've even heard of that. But the 7th Guest is one that I really want to play. In fact, you know what? I'll manually put on a track for once. This is an arrangement of music for the 7th Guest, just because I saw it when I was talking about it. Anyway, right, let's get this thing open. So, interestingly enough, This box has no markings on it. This is kind of curious. So usually these are like, you would have a pen, I'm not going to actually do it obviously, but these would arrive with like a score mark through the particular model that was in the box. For some weird reason, this one isn't marked like that. And there's another slight curiosity, which I'll show you in a minute, and I think they might be connected. This board in particular doesn't actually have its full model number written on the label, and that's weird. And I'll show you one for comparison so you can see what I'm talking about. So here we go. This it's in decent condition. It's not spotless. It needs a clean. It's not bad. It's like it keeps trying to shut. What can I like sit inside the thing to weigh it? That's not ideal. Fuck! It keeps closing on me. I might just need to like move the box out the way. Oh, is that like a dead moth? Oh, you dirty bastard! Look, there's like a gigantic moth. See the wings? Hang on. See it there? You see that? What the fuck? Who sells a thing with a dead moth inside the box? For fuck's sake. Dirty bastard. See it? In the bottom right corner. Fucking huge. It's clearly been in there for like 1,000,000 years as well. Anyway, and yes, Thorogram, you are correct. This is a BTC Behaviour Tech Corporation dome with slider keyboard. Now, what that means, for anybody that doesn't know, is it's a rubber dome keyboard. Like all sorts of cheapo, shitty rubber dome keyboards. And also like extremely expensive rubber dome keyboards like Topra. So this thing is a rubber dome keyboard. But these are not generally cheap. I got this one at a really good price, but normally these are pretty expensive. But not all rubber domes are made equal, right? Turtlecat, hello. How you doing? So these are kind of known, relatively well known for being especially nice or especially tactile or especially kind of binary, the rubber dome. So a lot of rubber dome keyboards feel sort of mushy and like unsatisfying to type on. These generally are very like, there's no kind of like sometimes a rubber dome when you press the switch it's like and other ones are like whap, definitely pressed, and this is the latter. Topra is kind of neither. Topra is like, it's quite satisfying but it's also not abrupt. So these, you press a key and it's sort of you kind of luxuriate in the key press. So the whole thing is like a tactile bump, almost. So almost a full key travel. There's resistance, and then a tiny, tiny wee bottom out at the end. This is not that. This is very much, you start pressing and then suddenly there's a huge bump, and like you clear it and it's a big drop. So let's have a wee nosy at this. And there's a couple of things that are sort of telltale signs of BTC. So even if like I hadn't seen the label on this, I would have known what this was, because this is a weird thing on a keyboard. Generally, you don't see. That's a 1.25 unit wide. Is it? Aye. In fact, you know what? I think it's actually. No, but it is. Aye, more or less. Actually looks slightly wider though, because that's a 1.25. I think it's. I've never really looked that closely at it. I just realised. But anyway, that size, whatever it is, 1.3 or whatever. Can you confirm what method they use to legend the caps? Well, I'm going to have a look at that. I think they're pad print though. They could be lasered, but I think they're pad print. It's hard because it's dirty as well. Which it slightly obfuscates, but I think I'm pretty sure that's pad print. It'll be more obvious when I clean it, but because this one's obviously not unused. Tell you what though, what's rattling? Right, there's something rattling. It's probably the spacebar. It is. The spacebar's rattling like fuck. Can you hear that? If I hold the spacebar down, rattle goes away. Oh, the Jesus. Yep. But I tell you what, the domes are they're nice. So this is an ISO layout. Listen to the stabilizers. Holy fuck. Oh wow. That's other than the stabilizers, which are awful. That's pretty nice. The DOMs are really, really satisfying to type on. Now, some of these BTC keyboards, they came on membranes. So the thing that's actually making it electrically work would have been a membrane rather than a PCB, and then DOMs laid on top of that. These ones, as far as I know, are all PCBs rather than membranes. But I mean, inherently that doesn't necessarily mean that much, because the thing generating the tactile responses. I've typed on a 75% BTC, a meetup. Or wait, are you talking about the 5100C, possibly? Because is that a 75, I suppose? I think it has an F-row, so I suppose it kind of is. Yeah, as Theragram says, still no N-key rollover, sadly. That's the thing with these. Even the ones that have a PCB, they're fairly aggressive 2-key rollover. It's the really common one. Well, I mean, let me Google a picture and show you, because because they're generally not 75. They're normally like, if it's pretty compact, it'll be the 5100C, I bet you. Oh, this isn't plugged in. I always do that. I never get used to. Hang on. So BTC 5100C. Yeah, I think that's probably what you mean. So like this. Oh my god, I did it again. Oh my god! What the fuck? Alright, there we go. There's a really bad link, but hopefully will work. But aye, that's... See if you look at that picture, right? Fuck it, I'll just... Hang on. I'll share that for a sec. Oh my god! Every time! It keeps changing the fucking... It keeps misidentifying the displays. Anyway, right, here you go. Yeah, pretty much. Aye, not quite 75, but more like a 60 plus function. More or less. It's got arrows though. 65 probably, aye. Because it's got arrow keys and everything. But aye, that... See, the thing I like about this is it's the same as Apple keyboards. Here's the one I happen to have handy. Which have a compressed right-hand side by half a key's width. So the backspace is 1.5 units wide, not 2 units wide. And the backslash... So this is ANSI, right? Clearly, if you look at that picture, it's ANSI. But... the backslash is a normal key. It's a normal size, 1. What's that Trello board for? Trello board? What? What are you saying? Was that a typo of yellow or... No, what? Trello board? I don't know what you mean. Balanced as all things should be. Yes, and this is the thing. I love this. I wish that was... See, as much as I love IBM, most of my favourite keyboards that exist in the world are made by IBM. But I also kind of hate the enhanced layout because of the... Ignore me, I saw some random screen. I don't have any Trello boards open, so I don't know what you saw, but... Not sure. You maybe saw like Oh, it was probably before I fixed the display. I'm guessing. It like was showing the OBS window, like the main Mac screen, basically, which I'm using to monitor the stream on. So you would have seen it like duplicated in a big string. But aye, so this I'll switch back. Hang on. So there you go. So this is the original Macintosh keyboard, right? And backspace is shorter than it is on an IBM style layout, which means that this is only 1 unit wide. And that to me is like so much better. And return, same width as caps lock. The 2 shift keys, exactly the same. Enter and command, exactly the same. Option and option, exactly the same size. So this is a symmetry that you don't really get on a lot of other keyboards. Problem is that you don't, because the enhanced layout became so standard, and everything modern is basically based on that, other than Apple's own stuff. And obviously Apple doesn't, they don't use like MX keyboards or whatever. And they never really did, because all the Apple stuff was, well, not all of it, but a lot of it was Alps. That's Alps, the one I just showed you. That stuff hasn't proliferated in the kind of custom space. So I can't just buy keycaps that support that. And it's one of the things that I think if I was going to try and do group buys and all that sort of stuff, that would be the main thing that would instigate me organising anything, because I just prefer, if I'm going to be using an ANSI type layout, it's going to want to be that. Or it'll be something that's more like Sun Microsystems, which is like what the Happy Hand keyboard does. And the reason this is like that, and this has its own sort of symmetry, it's not quite the same, but it's still lopsided like an enhanced, but this is no longer an alpha. It's usually delete actually, but with a dip switch you can make it backspace. I can almost smell the despair of the computer lab that lived. Yeah, that's ABS for you, innit? Anyway, back to the BTC. So this is very, very binary rubber domes. Oh my god, what is she doing it there? I can hear banging, and I hope she's not having. Okay. She's assembling a shelf unit. Every time we get furniture and it gets assembled, it's always not quite right, because she doesn't read the building instructions, and then she's like, "Oh, it doesn't fit together." I'm like, "Yeah, because that part doesn't go there." Every time. Anyway, so these are really, really binary rubber domes, and they're quite nice to type on. They're quite satisfying to, because it's like there's no doubt you've pressed a key. It's like, oh, yep, there it goes. And the case on this is different actually, and I hadn't even really noticed that the case is a different shape to the other ones that I have. However, the thing that's kind of interesting about this is if you look at the label. So see how the model here says model 7XX9, right? And if you look at the box, these are all 7 something something 9s, right? 7939, 7949, 7969. This is basically the case mass 78XXX. Where are you even getting PS2 adapters for that? They're not that hard to find. eBay, Amazon, whatever. Oh, by the way, it's not PS2. It's 5-pin DIN. So I don't know if you noticed that. So this is the one that you used to get with the original IBM PC 5150, and then after that the PC XT, and then after that the PC 80 used to use this connector. And then IBM released the PS2, the Personal System 2, and that used a 5-pin mini DIN. So wait, 5, 6? Hang on, I'm doubting myself. 6-pin mini DIN, I think. And now is generally just called the PS2 connector, but because it came with a Personal System 2. But the thing that's kind of weird about these is, firstly, that says 7XX9. It doesn't actually specify which model it is. And this here, the FCC ID, E5XKBP, and then 10140, right? That FCC ID, if you look it up, let's just look it up. Ugh. Jesus. So fcc.io. So it is E5XKBP 10140. One result. Behavior Tech Computer Corporation. There you go. Oh. What the fuck? This predates. Yeah, this. Oh, yeah, this predates PS2, definitely. I think support for that was depreciated in Linux maybe over 10 years ago. Yeah, well, I mean, so this, you couldn't just plug this in. Like, you can't passively use this over USB. You have to use a active adapter. Well, not adapter, but converter. So usually the one I use is TMK. Sorry, to be clear, when I'm saying the one I use, I'm talking about the code that runs in the converter. So it needs a wee microcontroller in it. Something like you can use a Pro Micro or something along those lines, or a Teensy or whatever. That uses an Atmega style microcontroller. And it will take all the scan codes that are being sent from, over this wire, convert those to, well, one, to a different protocol, because it's a different protocol, when you go over the generations, and also change it to the correct set of scan codes, because you have set 1, set 2, and set 3. Set 1 is basically what was used early on in the original IBM PC and PC XT. Set 2 is what was used on the PC AT and the PS2, the Personal System 2. Set 3 is generally a thing that was used on terminal keyboards and was slightly more expansive, but used stuff that you wouldn't really need to use on a standard personal computer, right? But set 3 is a bit finicky, and we'll not go into that now. But no, I mean, basically, this is probably AT, I don't know actually. But it will speak either XT or AT, but either way it needs to be converted. Now, what's partially interesting to me about this is that, if I remember rightly, that FCC ID was, I think, the same one that they used for the 5 series, no, the 7 series. So let's just check this. Disk Authority, I think, was where I noticed this. So Disk Authority Wiki. So let me see, BTC. In fact, you know what? I'll shove in the FCC ID because I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, hang on. Oh, well, that's not even bringing up results. That's great. 5140, I think, has a page. 51 series. Here we go. Ah, wait, there's an extra P. That's what it is. So E5XKB 10140 is the 51 series. Oh, KBM it is. Okay, that's what it is. So KBM is 51 series. KBP is 7 series. Right. Now the other thing is, you know how this doesn't have the model number written on the label? It's got 7XX9. See if you look at this sticker. QC pass. Can you see the number underneath where it says UK QC? 7949. So actually, this is the real model number for this particular keyboard it's a BTC 7949, even though the main label doesn't actually state that. Now, the different model numbers, as far as I can tell, pertain to different layouts. So I gather then that the 7949 must be the ISO version, because that's what this is. This is ISO UK layout. I also have, handily beside me, here's another one. This is ISO as well. This is a 5 series. Look at the colour difference. So, and there you go. Look at the FCC ID. This is a 5149. So clearly the 49 appears to be the ISO model, you know, that part of the model number. But E5XKBM 111. There you go. But I've got another one of these, which is basically just brand new in the box, totally spotless, but in a different layout. I think I had this out on a stream the other night actually, but I'll just show you them side by side. It's very interesting to see the difference. Here we go. So this is the same generation as this one. I only just noticed, look at the box, there's a wee cutout so you can see the QC Pass sticker. But aye, and this is a 7939, so this is a US layout. And this one's absolutely spotless. Actually, the case is the same. The two of these have the same case. I think I've just been confusing it with the 5 series. But aye. So this one is in like the Focus layout, as in named after the company Focus that made keyboards. It has the gigantic L-shaped enter or return key. And they put backslash over here. Now, that explains to some extent why this one, if you look at the backslash, it's the wrong colour, right? It's not the same colour as an alpha, but it's because they would stick it over here for the Focus layout. So they've just like used the same keycaps between the two of them, and it looks a bit bizarre here. I mean, ordinarily in an ANSI layout that would be longer, like that whole thing would be shift key. So it would be, you know, this colour. But it's just a bit odd. But yeah, but I mean this one is pristine. Focus layout is a good answer. Yeah, that's the thing, like, if I'm going to be using a US style layout, then I want it to be something that does not have the big stupid 1.5 unit size backslash up here. I hate that. It just looks stupid to me. So this is a good compromise. I quite like this. And also, like, contextually, having the two slashes on either side, like, near each other on the board, I quite like. So having them either side of the shift key is a pretty good solution in my opinion. And it's slightly more symmetrical than ISO because over here, well, not symmetrical, you know, it means that you don't have a kind of random symbol all on its own over here. And this is all alphas, you know. Although it's still a bit odd having it, that's still kind of isolated in its own wee island over here, but it's at least close to the other slash, right? So whatever. But often you'll see this, but without the 2U backspace, which is actually based on the IBM PCAT layout, where backspace was just in the corner here. There's a 1 unit wide key, and this was another key. That actually would have been backslash, so that would be up here. And that shares some resemblance with the original Sun Microsystems stuff, so you know, I don't think that's a coincidence, except that they turned the backslash into delete. Anyway. So that's an actual brand new unused one, and this one's clearly not as clean because it's been used, but is in a different layout. So the only one I'm missing to complete the set would be a 7969, and you notice here, you see what I was saying about the box. So this one is correctly marked as a 7939, but I wonder if the reason that one isn't marked is that it doesn't state on the main label that it's a 7949. It just has 7XX9 for some reason. Even though this one does on the main label have 7939 written. But there you go. So anyway, that's that. So maybe just have a quick wee function check. So speaking of converters, here's a gigantic one that I kind of keep on my desk for convenience because it has more connectors. This is, so that's PS2, that's 6-pin mini DIN. That's what this is, the 5-pin full-size DIN. And this one is basically for terminal keyboards that use a 240-degree angle DIN plug instead of the 180-degree angle. So here's the end of that cable. Let's plug that in there. I'm sure it'll be fine, I just want to make sure it works. That's handy, it is. Let's get VIA open. I'm noticing something actually. Hang on. Okay, there is input. Usually when you plug a keyboard in, macOS complains, but it's not done it. Right, where's VIA? There it is. Still got it open for the last stream actually. Reset. Okay, so if we go and VIA, where are you? There you go. So there's my. Now the layout may not exactly map because I don't know what current hex I've got on this converter, but see, and so escape works. Why have I got notifications for that? That's fine, that's not a big deal. So F1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go on. Oh dear, hang on. No. F11 apparently is a OS shortcut in macOS, but it works. Print screen, that's doing the same thing, that's trying to do something else. Scroll lock I think also. Oh, that's because I remapped, but that's fine, that works. Pause break isn't reacting here, but it might be, it's changing the brightness. So scroll lock and pause break are mapped on macOS to be brightness up and down because of where they are on the keyboard. I think this might be my... Where did I put scroll lock in the end? Don't remember. But the reason that numlock and scroll lock are remapped on this is because I have been using... Let's get this right actually. Print screen would be there. I'm just thinking in terms of the IBM PC keyboard because that's what I last used in this converter. So there would be an extra key here, which would have been originally either print screen or this. So I think if I hold print screen, that's my function key, and I think if I then press scroll lock, it'll be scroll lock. Oh no, let's try. I think it's that then. Yeah, there you go. So that's currently a function key, because that would ordinarily be here on the IBM PC keyboard. So if I want numlock, for example, it'll be there. If I do that for scroll lock, that'll work. Yeah, but anyway, they work. Plus enter. Yep, all good. All good. That's mapped as a Windows key for similar reasons. It would be down here on the IBM PC, but whatever. Right alt, left alt, fine. Space. Oh, missed C. Yeah. And that's mapped as backslash because I'm on a Mac. There's actually some commonality with scan codes on even on an IBM PC, but whatever, we'll forget that for now. But essentially, I'm in my OS right now. I'm using US layout logically, so that would ordinarily produce a different symbol. But again, this even in VIA, like it's just ANSI that it's shown. So, but I mean that's the same scan code or key code. There's my enter, and we're good, I think. Oh, that, because it's an extra key, that doesn't appear in VIA, but if I show something else, which is Carabiner Event Viewer, I'll show you that. Let me just, there's Carabiner. Right, so see if I clear this, just so it's more obvious. If I press this key, that's the scan code, and you'll see the key code shows up as non-US backslash. In QMK, it's nubs, N-U-B-S, so non-US backslash. But aye. So the key's working, it's just that VIA doesn't know anything about it because it's not seeing ISO. But aye, we're good. So everything works as it should, which is good. And I really like this case actually. It's quite sleek. It looks very like late 80s, early 90s. I think this is 1990. The earliest this would have shown up is 1993, I think, from the FCC ID. Final action date, 13th of October 1993. So that's when they finalised the FCC ID for this model. Oh, hang on. Oh, I had the wrong thing I meant to. Anyway, we're done. So, oh, hunky dory. Works fine. I could do a quick, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I could do a quick wee. Oh, hang on. Why is that not working? Oh, because I've not opened it yet. Hang on. Okay, type. I'm slightly freaked out by having a full size I just saw Mr. Willy. I was like, oh my god, what have I opened here, Mr. Willy? Willy Wonka. Fair enough. Mr. Willy Wonka can make marshmallows that taste of violets. How exciting. I'll let the rattle really shine here. We'll see how this goes. Pause the music for a sec. Oh, there's too much shit lying on this desk. Right, so let's see how this goes. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, it's really... I've not typed on something this binary for a while. Let me just... hang on. Oh, I can't... Oh, it'll be here. Yeah, fine. Oh, come on. Don't give me made up words for a typing test. Oh. Oh, right. No, fuck off. What is this shit? Can I highlight that text? I want to know what this is. Because don't give me that in a typing speed test. Come on, that's not test. That doesn't test how fast I can type. It tests how carefully I can read made up bullshit words. But those were lean times for my father. Phineas and Ferb, is it? Our beloved lawn. I'm only completing this, and you know what? I can't be arsed. Oh fuck it, I'll just do it. It's going to be slow as hell because I've like literally just stopped typing for a bunch of time. But Zen fruit. I was talking about this the other day. I have very, very low tolerance for like nonsense made up words for things in fiction. So say for example, high fantasy stuff, and actually it happens quite a lot in science fiction, where everything's like basically just a thing that actually exists in the real world, or like is an easy thing to conceptualize, but because it's a fantasy it has to have a big stupid name. I hate it. It's like one of those things that I have a really strong bias against, that my brain, as soon as it sees something like that, I just shut down. I'm like, I hate this, it's not for me. And I wish I was less intolerant for that, but so things like Lord of the Rings and so on, I can't deal with it. This reads to me more like almost like a, funnily enough, Willy Wonka. What's his name? Roald Dahl. Or what's his name? Spike Milligan sort of wrote like this a lot. This is like German gibberish, yeah. And my neighbour spelled wrong, Kenny. And since my lawn gnome is taken away from me, I will destroy, oh my god, every lawn gnome in the entire tri-state area. So it's American. Phineas and Ferb, yep. There we go. Heinz Doofenshmirtz. Okay. Okay. So that's why it sounds German, because it's clearly supposed to be, yeah. Okay. Very good, yes. Very funny. But don't give me that in a fucking speed test. Come on now. I'm not really that excited about typing really quickly on this anyway, but I mean it's a really nice typing experience, apart from the rattle, which is really bad. But these are very pleasant rubber domes. And the keyboard works, so it doesn't really need much. It just needs cleaned more than anything. But the only thing other than that would be maybe lubricating to try and deal with these stabilizers a wee bit, because Jesus Christ. And I think this one, we could test it. I suppose we could test. Hang on, where's just get rid of that again. Where's via? There it is. Let's reset. So, in terms of rollover, see that? If I press 3, it depends where on the board, right enough. But rather than ghost, it just doesn't register additional key presses after a certain point. It's fairly localized though, so like I can do on different sides of the... That's quite good. It's not that bad actually. But I mean, it depends. Depends what your use case is. If you were gaming and stuff, you might notice it more. Like, yeah. So like the WAST cluster here. I can press 3 of them on the same row. Actually, I can press quite a lot of keys in the same. Oh, okay. Interesting. They must have laid out the matrix quite. Yeah, okay. So basically, everything on home row can be pressed. Can I even physically? Yep. Oh, hang on. Okay. Yep, I can press the entire home row with it ghosting. That's actually pretty impressive, to be honest. No ghosting. I'm actually pressing all those. Okay. Well, they've not. That's pretty good. But you can't press like these 3, for example. So it might be something that would get annoying if you were gaming. I don't know. I think Thurigram's actually used these while playing games. I haven't, because I barely play games. But yeah, it apparently can be a bit frustrating. I think Thurigram himself has actually said that it was a bit of a pain in the arse trying to play these, play games with these. Although I don't know which one specifically he was using. Do you remember actually, Thurigram, which one? Because I remember you commenting at the time that you tried to play something with a BTC and getting annoyed. The foam and foil ones do have ghosting. Yeah, BTC used to, before this, they used to do foam and foil keyboards. By which I mean the key switch is foam and foil, so it was like a capacitive system whereby, a bit like Topra, where they would usually, I think, have, I don't know if they did linears or if they were all tactile, but they have like almost like an upside down rubber dome. So here's the cap of the camera. So sort of like a rubber cup. Mech's on deck. Hey, hello. Can you grab? In fact, I can just do it myself. This is plugged in now, so there we go. Thurigram's got it. Thank you. It didn't work. Oh, there. Ah, there it is. I'm about to unbox some IBM stuff, but this is currently the only non-IBM thing I was unboxing on this stream. This is a Behaviour Tech Computer Corporation rubber dome keyboard that I believe has a PCB. I'll need to double check, but I think this one is only ever made with a PCB rather than a membrane. Rubber domes are really nice, and I quite like this case as well, actually. It's an UK ISO layout, so this is a BTC 7149, is that right? 7349. Let me check. 7949, there we go. So the 7949 is ISO, the 7939 is ANSI but focus layout. I'm actually not sure what the 7969 is. That might be standard ANSI. Or it might be JIS. I wonder if I can find that out quickly. BTC 7969. See if I can find a picture of one. I have a feeling it's probably going to be... Thanks for the follows, everybody. I'm about to unbox in a wee minute a very, very old typewriter made by IBM. But I might do that now, actually. Do you want to... There's another keyboard first, an IBM keyboard. And then... Shall we work backwards in time? I kind of like that idea. So we'll do the IBM keyboard, which is sort of the thing that this is largely based on in terms of layout. And then we'll go back even further to the IBM Selectric. There's also a couple of middle ground IBM keyboards behind me here. If you talk nicely to me, I might get some of those out. I use the 5140 in games. Okay. Found that a bit annoying to do certain key presses while sprinting or other things. Aye. Yeah. That's the thing, because like games are going to use what otherwise, like to a typist, would be a kind of nonsensical combination of keys. Horty Who, thanks for the follow as well. So when they were designing the keyboards, they weren't really necessarily going to be thinking about games, right? Especially the little hub you have there. Oh yeah, that it's handy. This is it's a converter that has 3 different connectors hooked up, but only one of them will actually work at once, right? You just electrically, they're all connected to the same lines. So I kind of plug all 3 in, but it doesn't matter. I would never do that anyway. But this is running. In fact, this particular one. This has LED indicators on it, and I believe that without a certain amount of modification, you can't do that with TMK. So this one's actually running what is basically abandonware at this point, Sorar's converter code, which I personally kind of don't like that much. Like it's really convenient. At the time, it was a really elegant solution. The problem is it's kind of been abandoned. It's not been updated anymore. There are things about it that are limiting or like a bit kind of obtuse to configure. TMK is what QMK is based on, the QMK kind of custom keyboard controller firmware. TMK, however, was not a controller firmware so much as it was a converter firmware. And QMK still has TMK like at its base, like sitting inside QMK. There's a smaller version of TMK basically. So usually with my converters I use TMK, but this one isn't. This big one is Sora. Just purely because of the lock lights. Otherwise, I would just. I mean, I can flash TMK to this and it'll work. It just won't have the LEDs. What I might do is I might fork QMK and write a version of QMK that I can run on that. I've kind of considered doing it and still not done it. Anyway, let's check the 7969. Oh, okay. Apparently not a thing that I can get a picture of very easily. Interesting. I wonder if this authority has any. But anyway, this is the 7949, which is the ISO layout one. BTC 7969. I can find no current evidence that a BTC 7969 even existed. I wonder if it did, or if it just literally never, like they never used the model number. That seems highly unlikely to me. I wonder if I take the BTC out. Because the problem with BTC is that now that means Bitcoin. So when you search for BTC keyboards, you get behavior. Let's try behavior. No, I can't see any. I was trying to find out, out of curiosity, what the 7969 was. If anybody finds successfully an example of a BTC 7969 keyboard, please tell me, because I'm curious. I feel like it's probably either maybe JIS, and that might actually be why I can't find examples, because like the internet is quite, especially back then, would have been quite bifurcated. Like if you were in Japan, you would just not be using English language web pages so much, and vice versa. So this is 1993, the States do. But anyway, whatever. We'll forget that for now. I'll park that. The main thing is the next unboxing. So this is where we get into the IBM stuff. So this uses IBM's keyboard protocol. Obviously, it's using PC. I believe this would have been PC-AT because it's late enough that it would be strange for it to be XT protocol. And I'm just checking. Sometimes they would have a wee toggle switch on certain key. I don't think these ever did. To switch protocols. That's the hub. Have to get something in line for that. Yeah. We had a wee conversation. I've not forgotten about that, by the way. I've been talking to Gio about potentially. I would quite like to make a very, very small PCV. I've already kind of started doing it, but I've no, I'm trying to do too many things at once. But a very, very tiny PCB that can basically be wired to a modular cable system like Georin makes. We shout out there to Dispatch Cables. But like people use modular cables for their modern like MXA type keyboards. I would quite like to have that, but for all my vintage stuff. So I could make a wee modular front section and stick a PCB in that, so that for each protocol, or for each connector type at least, I have a separate wee PCB that I can just leave flashed with a certain layout and not have to really mess around with it too much. So just leave that permanently flashed, and then just plug it in and it'll work with a layout that I like. And then a toggle to the next one, and this has a different connector and physically a different layout, and then, you know, that one has the appropriate thing for that, and so on and so forth. Or I could have it so that the PCB is one PCB, which would obviously be cheaper. One PCB that sits in the main part of the cable, and then it's just the connector that changes. But then I would need to kind of reflash as I change layouts or whatever. So I'm sort of trying to decide which I prefer. I think it wouldn't be as cheap, but it would be kind of more handy to have the modular part be the part that has the board in it, so that basically a wee inline connector, so that, you know, this part here, well, sorry, not that part. That would be going to the, yeah, but whatever. But the other end of this, basically, so the receiving socket for this would go to a wee modular section of cable, which has in it a small PCB, which runs TMK and converts the scan codes to USB scan codes. And then the other part's just a normal USB cable, basically. That's the other thing that would make that sort of appealing, is that the rest of the cable could just be standard. And it could have like a LEMO connector, or it could have an XLR connector, or it could have, you know, what's the other one that people use all the time? Gion, help me out here. What do people often... Oh, Aviator. I think Aviator connectors. But there's a few different options. And I might kind of... I feel like the one that appeals to me most, for fairly arbitrary reasons, is XLR. Purely because XLR is like itself is a relatively vintage connector now. Like, it's used on microphones and stuff, but it was used in a lot of studio audio tech. So I kind of like the idea of it being XLR just for that reason. No real practical reason, just other than, oh, that kind of works because it's vintage stuff. I don't know, but I would like to figure out some sort of solution that's like that. And I'll probably do the PCB part of that on stream, but it's probably... I have no real experience making nice looking cables at all, and I think Gio's probably the guy for that. So yeah, there's some people in the UK, I think, as well that are, you know, reportedly make really nice cables, but they are not here in my streams. So Gio, I think, would be, if he's still up for it, he's probably the man for that job. Anyway, let's put this away and get the next step backwards in time. So that'll be a keyboard that this one is largely based on. I need to take that. Do you see this? I don't know if you saw this before. Look at that! It's like a big moth. It's bogging. Where's my cheap shitty tweezers? Hang on. Because I didn't want that sitting in the box forever. That's disgusting. Blech. Yuck. Bloody hell, man. Wee bonus there for me, that was nice, eh? Blech. Let's get the dust and probably dried up insect guts that are there. Yum, yum, yum. It's a bit better. But I mean, this will need cleaned, obviously. There we go. Just going to bin that. Okay, so have I got the address of the next one? I have, good. It's got a wee dent in it. Oh, that's weird. It's like the... Doesn't quite sit right for some reason. How weird. Or whatever. It's fine. That'll do. But yes, I would quite like to have a sort of customized cable solution at some point. That would be nifty. I don't know how best to... That kind of works. Oh Jesus, I just bumped the mic. Sorry. Oh wait, that's going to get in the way of the cover, isn't it? Move that. Hang on. It's alright actually. Fits okay. Oh, it's got a wee dent in it. There we go. Perfect. So it needs a clean, but otherwise that's fine. It's working. See, like, I kind of like having, although they're not particularly amazing, expensive, brilliant keyboards, I still kind of like having some of these wee cheapo rubber dome things that are actually nice, that aren't absolute dog shit to use. And I have far too many of them. I think I need to start selling various things, but that's one of them. Not that one, but I've got quite a lot of rubber domes that I really don't need that many. And the part of the reason that I got them was to experiment with... oh no, there's a thing on there that shouldn't be. Hang on. Jesus. I thought I'd get rid of that, but evidently not. There we go. What's the difference between a Scotsman and Walt Disney? I'm sure you're going to tell me. Do go on. Are you considering whether you want to answer? Tell you what, I'll continue doing what I'm doing, shall I? Ah, there we go. A Scotsman wears a kilt in Walt Disney. Fair enough. I kinda thought it was going to be something about Disney, but I didn't. Aye, there you go. So this is not that old, but old-ish. Certainly older than the BTC IBM keyboard. It'd be really funny if this is something else. I don't think it is. I think this is... That happened once before. I went to open what I thought was a Dell keyboard, and it turned out to be an IBM keyboard. I just misremembered what box was what. Whoopsie. I think that might mean I've got a problem. I don't know how the hell to open this because it's an absolute riot. It's just like cardboard stacked up and covered in tape. It's kind of terrible. Oh, right. Look at the state of this, man. I think that might like unfold. Oh no, actually no, not there anyway. This is a nightmare to unpack. I'm kind of worried because it's very it looks very flat, so I feel like the keys are maybe being compressed under here. It'll probably be the tracking for just saying it's been delivered. Okay. Okay. Oh god, I hope there's no boobs. This is it's so we lifted a carpet recently in one of the rooms in this house to put a new carpet down, and they had all the all the issues of the Sun, the UK newspaper, the Sun, all over the floor on top of the floorboards, like underneath the underlay, and I think I counted like something ridiculous, like 60 odd tits. Like it was just most of the pages were page 3, so it was just covered in like topless women. I'm like, oh great, that's fun. So hopefully that isn't the case here. This looks like sports pages. So if there are any diddies, they are at least clothed diddies, because that would be really unfortunate if I if I get banned on Twitch for showing an accidental tit. On a newspaper that someone's used to pack a keyboard. Worse, it's covered in the Daily Mail. Yep. Yeah, not a big fan of the Daily Mail, I have to say. Okay. Now, what's quite funny, and part of the reason I fancied this one is, nay, I think we're safe. There's no tits. We're alright. So here we go. See how well this is fared in transit and so on. Cable's in reasonably good condition. It's not perfect, but it's not too bad actually. Pretty decent. There's a couple of wee slightly dodgy bits, but it's not too bad. Ooh, however, it's pretty heavily kinked. And it's been like packed away really tightly, I think, for a while. But okay, I'll take it though. I'd paid a lot less for this than these generally go for. And we'll see why in a wee second, partially why. I like the warning sticker as well, I quite like that. And what I find quite funny about this board is that this has clearly been property of the company that does the IT contracting for my current employer. So Computer Centre is like a, one could argue, not very good IT company that, like, you know, handles the systems stuff for various businesses. Oh god, the dirt. Yep. Bye, I thought that was quite funny. So this equipment is security coded. I'm very curious what that actually means. Like, is there actually any basis for that, or is that just a load of bullshit? So that keycap's come off, but I think it'll probably clip in fine. Works fine. So this obviously is a Model M keyboard, or as IBM seems to have called them internally, Keyboard M. Oh, that's backwards. Some idiots put the keys on the wrong way around. Alt graphic should be on the right, and ordinary alt should be on the left, like that. Now, other than the sort of cosmetic state of things on this one, which actually isn't bad, it's a bit dirty, but it's not badly damaged or scratched up, or really nothing much wrong with it at all. We'll check function in a sec, but there is there is a bit of a scratch over here, but nothing overly major. Oh, yes! Yes! This is exactly what I wanted. So this has wire stabilizers. Now that might sound like a weird thing to anybody that's not that familiar with IBM keyboards. Let me see if I have one handy. Right, here's what they normally have instead of wire. They have these, which have... Basically, these are designed in a very clever way that's modular. So you basically have barrels which are either filled with a spring flipper assembly which looks like this. I had one lying out specifically to show for things like this. Well, there's a big bag of them, but I can't really well in the bag. Where did I have the wee? Where's my wee separate one gone? God damn it! I don't know where it is. Watch that. Where the fucking hell is it? Oh, there it is. There you go. So see that? So these would sit in the barrel and press against the membrane. Because, by the way, yes, this is a membrane keyboard. It's not rubber domes, but it is membrane. So that's a thing. But you basically press down. This would go inside this barrel here. And you press down and it kinks the spring, or buckles it, because it's a buckling spring keyboard. And then pushes this wee plastic bit down into the membrane, and the membrane layers push together and electrically connect. So, God, what shampoo do you use? I feel like I just permanently look greasy as hell, and I don't. It's something to do with the lighting. Because even if I like wash my hair immediately before a stream, and then start streaming, it looks like I've just no washed my hair for like 3 weeks. Don't know why. But anyway, what shampoo do I use? I use, I believe, usually herbal essences things. So there you go. That's a fun fact. But so what they do with these well, not normally. After a certain point in time, what they started to do was the barrels that didn't have one of these in them for the bigger keys would have this sort of post that basically is sort of angled in a way that it pushes into the sides of the barrel, so that if you press it slightly off axis, so you put some pressure in slightly like the wrong place, that will kind of straighten it up inside the other barrel and push it down somewhat more straight, right? So rather than using wires to stabilize like you would on Cherry keyboards, for example, or an Alps keyboard, or basically any other keyboard, almost any other keyboard, not all but most, they use these wee barrels. Now the trouble with that is that, in my opinion, they're not very good. Like, it doesn't take much for them to be just slightly off angle, as in like this actual post slightly be, you know, angled wrong. And then when you're pushing down, it is not smooth at all. It's like really, you can feel friction. So they're not very nice, and they don't work very well. This one, however, is a lot older. And they used to make these with wire stabilizers. And I was hoping, I couldn't really see for the pictures, but I was hoping that this might be one of the later ones that had wire stabilizers, and it is. So I am thrilled. Because I paid a lot less for this than I paid for my original 1990 model line. This, interestingly enough, was sold. The listing stated that this was a 1992 keyboard. And I have absolutely no idea where they got that information, because it's just totally wrong. This one's for 1989. How do I know this? Well, let me take the cable out before I flip it. But, one sec. Actually, I think the clips might be broken off the cable. Oh no, they're just different. Oh, that's interesting. I've never seen that one before, I don't think. Yeah, they're slightly different. Interesting. But I'll put that to one side for a sec. But yeah, I know this one's 1989 because... There you go. 1989, May, 4th. So 4th of May 1989. Manufactured in the United Kingdom. It says nothing about 1992. I have no idea where they decided this was made in 1992. Unless maybe like the same seller has previously sold another one, and that one was for 1992. I don't know. But 1992 would be quite late for these, really, in the scheme of things, and would be well into the barrel stabilizer territory rather than the wire ones. And towards sort of, not the end, but kind of getting to the point where Lexmark started coming into it, they were kind of mid-90s. And then after that, you get, you know, that shuts and it ends up being Unicom, but whatever, anyway. So I think the absolute latest that they manufactured these, as far as I know, under the original, you know, Lexmark and IBM arrangement. And by the way, that says United Kingdom. Scotland, actually. These were all manufactured in Greenock, which is not that far from where I live. So these were all the ones that say manufactured in the United Kingdom, regardless of whether they're branded IBM or Lexmark, came from the same factory in Scotland, in Greenock. But aye, so this is sort of mid 1989, and it's got the wire stabilizers. Interesting. Yeah, this is in pretty good nick, I have to say. Quite pleased with this. It needs a clean, obviously, but apart from that, nothing really wrong with this. And I'm really curious about this security coded thing. So I don't know if that means anything, or if it's just like literally a sticker to frighten people so they don't steal equipment. I don't know. Or does it mean that like that label itself has like some sort of identifier on it? Or does it mean that like the barcode on the back is in some way like kept in a spreadsheet or a database somewhere? Don't know. But this actually, I think it's possibly missing a couple of... Can I hear it rattle? Yeah, there's a wee bit of rattle. So the problem with this design is these keyboards tend to develop a problem over time whereby basically the internal assembly, the internal module, is held together by bits of big, like, long plastic pegs that they melt flat to sort of sandwich the layers together. And over time, the plastic is quite brittle, and it gets more brittle as it gets older. And as you type on the thing, you know, you're exerting force on it constantly all day, every time you're typing. And they snap off. The wee flat pieces of plastic ping off the ends. And then if enough of that happens, then keys will sort of feel quite right, and they'll eventually, if there's like a whole bunch of them in the same area that have popped off, then there won't be enough pressure to sandwich the thing together properly, and keys just don't actuate properly. So you might need to press them, like you might need to hold the assembly and press, or they might just not actuate at all, or whatever. I'm curious to see how this one stands in that respect. So let's put the cable back in for a second and just do a quick test. It's interesting that the clips look slightly different. I didn't even know there was any variation in the clips. I thought they were all the same, but this looks slightly different. So we shall plug it in. And this is obviously the PS2 connector, because this came out after 1985. So, well, actually, 1987, the Personal System 2, I think. And this one's 1989. So it's the 6-pin mini DIN connector. Let's get our VIA check up. VIA, there we go. Reset that. Right then, let's find out how this works. If all the keys work, if any of them don't. Oh, yep, that one works. Alright. So print screen. Oops, print screen again. Can't remember. Did print screen work? See, a minute ago, was print screen... Hang on. I don't know for sure. See, when I was testing the BTC, do you remember if print screen was lit up in VIA? I can't remember. Because that might not be working, or it might just be because it's macOS, I don't know. Oh, actually, I can find out if I check Carabiner Event Viewer. Yep, it is counting it as print screen, that's fine. Right, so that works. Scroll lock, we'll need to hold that for scroll lock. Yep, brightness up, brightness down is working. You won't see it in VIA though, it's a system interrupt. Right, and then, oh, there's one that's not working. Oh no, here we go. Well, sorry, I think it will. Oh no, it doesn't. Well. Right, so, bump, 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 bump. Good. That's Windows, but it, you know, key works. This is just because I've remapped. Okay, and that's non-US backslash, so just check it in Carabiner. And it is working good. So, oh, what is that? VIA? Oh no, here we go. Right. Okay, so far so good. Oh. Wee bit of mush. Could be the spring, or it could just be the... Yeah, I don't think it's a spring. I think it's the... There's probably a missing rivet here. Alright. So we're on a roll here. Every key is working so far. Numlock, well, I need to hold that. Yep, there we go. The reason for that, by the way, is that on the original IBM PC keyboard, which predates this, there was no star or like multiplication key up here, and there was no divide key. The closest thing to a division key would have been reaching over here, and the numpad would have been closer, so it wouldn't be as much of a reach, but it would have been reaching over here to get that. And here you would have had your star key, which was your multiplication key. So what I've currently got in this map is numlock is divide, and scroll lock, which would have been up here, is multiplication. And then if I hold a function key, which I've actually set to that one, then they turn it into num and scroll lock respectively. But that's why they're kind of mapped strangely here. But aye, there we go. Every single key works. Except, well, that works as well electrically, but you can, this is the problem with this board. And I think I can visually just see why it's fucked. That appears to be slightly warped, but we'll find out. So the space bar on this is like stuck down. So I have a feeling I can see the wire. I think all it is that would be really funny. I think the wire has just come out of the assembly. Now, two ways that could have happened. One, well, three really. One, it's been kind of manhandled and it's just slipped out. Two, they've taken the spacebar off, or it's fallen off and then been reinserted. What? Oh Jesus! There's a cat in the house that isn't yours. And the other thing is that it could be the plastic. If it's got a dent, then the plastic might be snapped. That would be kind of frustrating. I'm hoping it's not that. I think easiest way is if I take these keys off first. Oh, somebody asked. I think it was Curious Yellow. Sorry, I totally forgot. Why is there a baby keycap under the parent keycap? So that is because you can take any one of these keys and swap them into any other position, and they don't need to stay on the same row. The beauty of these designs is that IBM curved the actual module underneath. So there's a metal plate that's bent underneath this. So that each key is the exact same physical profile, but if you move it down or up a row, it'll take on a different angle compared to the user, which is kind of just beautiful engineering. So it's pretty cool. You can see the thick fucking wire under there, it's huge. I'm going to take the side ones off. And look at the clips. I think they're fine. Oh, you beauty. You fucking dancer. Because, well, I mean, that side, maybe the other side isn't, but it looks like it's just popped out of the assembly. So I think partially the reason that I got this at the price that I did is because they openly said in the listing, as you should, that there was something wrong with the spacebar, and there is. But the thing is, if you are in a position to fix these things, and it doesn't really matter. I don't know if the clip's damaged or if it's just popped out. Maybe it is damaged actually. Let me see. I think the left one might actually be damaged. It should be a bit of a shame, but let's see. Yeah, I think the clip actually is slightly wrong. Because the right hand side is held in, well, it's not actually, it's loose, but it would be held in if I pressed down, but I think the left one's actually partially damaged. There might be enough of it left that it doesn't actually matter, but there is a piece of plastic snapped off, and it's probably long gone now. Yeah, but that's not great. But so see here, can you see the clips, the kind of greyish looking clips here? So this one has, like, it extends out quite far on the top, and this one doesn't really. It's partially snapped off. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a problem. Because if I get the right one clipped in and I position the keycap properly, it might actually just hold okay. If not, I can probably figure out a way of fixing it. It would be ideal if the broken bit plastic was, like, somehow in here, like trapped in the inside of the keyboard somehow. Let me see. Today I learned over-engineer to the max. Yeah. I was probably meant to live in a nuclear bunker and not in my mum's basement covered in Cheeto dust. Yeah. Look at the thickness of that wire, though. Holy shit! Look at it. It's huge. Look at it compared to the keycap puller. Actually, it'd be even funnier if I got an MX stabilizer wire handy. Probably no. I think I've got one just like lying out, but bye. They're thick wires, really thick. I wonder how thick that actually is. Got calipers out. Just out of curiosity, I have. Right, one sec. Jesus Christ. It's like 2mm thick. Interesting. I wonder if this has received a bit of a bash and that's damaged the clip as well. Oh my god! What the fuck? Yeah, this has definitely received a bump, because the spring is apparently completely fucking missing. So how is that even actuating then? It must have been... Plug this back in. It must just be that that's pushing down on the actual flipper itself and actuating the key, so like it'll still technically work, but like really badly. I mean, that's not really a problem because I've got plenty of spare springs and all sorts, and I'll need to disassemble and restore this anyway. But yeah, that's definitely received a big whack at some point. Now, what I'm curious about is whether or not it's hard to know without a spring on it. Let's get a donor spring for a wee second. Should be some in here, I think. To see if I've got any loose springs that I could just plop one onto it. Rather than having to pull one off one of these, because they can. It's not very easy to get them off without damaging them. But I mean, if I plug this in, it's actuating. I can press the key. It's just it's not very great if it's So if, it's covered in evaporous gunk. So if I like push down on the, yeah, it actuates fine, but the wire is missing. Not the wire, sorry, the spring. It's a bit of a bugger, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, even without disassembling that, I could. Just looked up and we've got 16 people here. Yeah. I think that was largely thanks to a raid from X1. But yeah, if you came in with a raid and you're still here, by the way, much appreciated. So this needs a replacement spring on the spacebar. Otherwise the spacebar just won't work properly. Which I can do. I'm trying to see though if the nub is broken or if it's literally just missing the spring. I don't think it's broken. I think the spring's just been pulled off. I don't know how. I don't know how the hell you manage that, but. And the clip is slightly damaged on the left-hand side of the spacebar as well. But like that doesn't really. I don't think that'll actually matter much. So let me just take the spring off of some other. I'll take a Unicomp one just because I'm less worried about those. There is a relatively well documented method for doing this that involves using like a cocktail stick or something similar to a cocktail stick to essentially prise off the spring, ideally without damaging it too much. But the trouble is, it's still no foolproof really, because you can still wreck them, and it's put a bit of pressure. Could work. The problem is it's magnetic, of course. The easiest way is actually with like a bit of tubing. I don't know if I've got any handy. I might have in my soldering box. I've definitely got some, I just don't know where exactly it is. It's not quite the right wood. But like something like a straw or a piece of rubber tubing to kind of put around the spring and then shove down. Capty, how you doing? We are attempting a quick repair on. This may or may not work. It's a bit finicky, but it's doable. On an IBM keyboard from 1989, May 1989. Basically, the spacebar on this has clearly been damaged pretty badly. There we go. Tweezers, where the hell did I put them? There they are. So, a couple of things wrong. I'm just checking the alignment of that. Not too bad, not too bad. Sorry, I'm just concentrating for a sec. But basically, yeah, the spacebar evidently has had some damage. Is that it? I think so. I think I might get away with that. We'll see. I might need to push it down further, but we'll try. I'm not going to fine tune this just yet, I'm just making sure it actually functions at all. But essentially, the spacebar has received a knock or something at some point. Nah, it's no buckling properly. Might need to push it down more. Oh, interesting. It's stayed pressed down. Why is that? Oh, that's interesting. It's probably just because look. It is buckling, but it's. I don't think that clip being broken is actually going to be a problem, because it feels okay. But I think that spring's maybe not quite pressed down enough yet. Still sitting quite high. Let me grab other tweezers. You know who may have had to deal with this? Tom. It looks a wee bit high. It's a bit finicky because what I'm trying to do here is keep the. So I'm using like a cocktail stick to align. Oh, okay, that sort of partially went in because it's squinting. To line up the spring on the wee flipper and then shoving it down with the tweezers. This is definitely easier though if you can get a oh, balls. Oh no. Fully pushed it off there. If you can get a piece of tubing and then kind of shove it down into the tubing, it's slightly easier. I'm just checking I've not damaged the spring when I pushed it off there. I don't think I have. I think it's fine. But yeah, this is very finicky. Finding the end again. There we go. Because these buckle most reliably if the wee end of the coil is pointing upwards or as close to pointing upwards as possible. And it seems to make a slight difference to how reliably they kink. Okay. Oh my god. The hottie Superman cable guy. That's one way to describe Georin. Why are you going sideways? Why are you doing that? What's that all about? It's like it's clicking in on one side but not the other. I don't know why that is. It's came fully off again. This would be much easier with the keyboard open, obviously. But I might, if I can do it without opening it, great. If I can't, whatever, fair enough. I think if I look at it and it's particularly bad anyway, like if I need to take it apart regardless, then this is irrelevant. I'll be really sad though if there's like hardly any rivets missing and this is the only reason to open it, because that happened with my 1991 was fine, functionally fine, but it was so filthy. There was dirt like inside the assembly, so it like underneath the keys. I don't know how it got that dirty, which meant that it was actually affecting how the keys functioned, because dirt was like trapped underneath the wee flippers, you know, these wee things. So it was like pushing not into the rubber but into dirt, which was then pushing into the rubber, so it was actuating early. So there was keys that you could just sort of touch them barely and it would press, which obviously isn't how it's supposed to work. This is really finicky. I think if there's a better way. Oh, shit. Oh no, did that just... Why is it wanting to go sideways? What's that all about? I wonder if there's some underlying thing that isn't visible for the top, that like there's maybe something trapped. I wonder if it's like the broken off piece of stabilizer clip or something. It's like underneath the... Is that plugged in? I don't think I'm getting this quite right, so I think it might be a case of take it off and just, you know, do a full teardown at some point. But it's a shame. I wish I could do this just to avoid. I'm going to keep trying with this. If I take it apart and it turns out that it's in really good condition, then I'm not going to only for this reason disassemble it. I will get this to work, you know, some way or another, because it's definitely doable. It's just a pain in the arse. Right, what have I got handy that's not gonna... I don't think I've really got anything else that's gonna work. Just seems like it's wanting to go slightly to the speed. I don't know why that is. I don't. That's getting skipped. Bye bye. Nope. I'm only testing it with a not spacebar key initially, just because it's easier to get one off. Obviously, I'll do it with the spacebar on if I get this to work. It's a bit jank. It is working, but it's a bit jank. It's just a bit squint though, that's a bit weird. Why it's going sideways. It is working. Try with the actual spacebar. No. I mean, I've not got it quite right yet, but it gives you some faith that it's definitely doable. Come on, you wee bastard. Because the thing is, the reason the tubing would be handy is it would go over the top rather than trying to put some in the middle like a pillar, and then shove the spring over the top, it would be go around the edge and then shove it down with something else, and it's slightly less likely to damage things. I mean, if the spring gets damaged, I've got other springs, it's not the end of the world, but I would obviously prefer not to. It'd be really handy if I had... I know I've got them somewhere, but where the hell have I put the tubing? Let me think. What about in here? I feel like it might be in this box. Oh, there's a wee bit. Don't know if that'll be the right width, but we'll try. Oh, that might be perfect. Let's see what happens then. Oh, yes. Fucking perfect. So there you go. There's a wee bit tubing. Happens to fit over the spring quite nicely. So I now need to get something that'll fit inside the tubing to shove the spring downwards and sort of be kept upright by the tubing. That's ideal. Right. What do I have that's thin enough to fit through that, but hopefully not going to pull it up. I mean, that might work, but it's magnetic, so that makes it a bit more awkward. We'll try this. Definitely kind of clicked there, as if it pushed into the plastic. Oh, that's looking straighter. Oh, I think I might have nailed it. That would be nice. That would be nice if that's all it was. Because this, I got this for like less than half what they tend to sell for. So it would be nice if it was something really simple and that's all it was. But I mean, it's fixable either way, but it's just how easy it is to fix. That's the thing. Oh. Nah, it's no coming back up properly. I might have damaged the spring, I'm not sure. Because it's not kinking properly. They are pretty sensitive in terms of, but I mean that method works better. I need something to poke it with. What have I got that's narrow? And ideally non-metallic so that it's not going to stick to it or damage it or whatever. I need a wee pokey proddy thing. Let me think. What could I possibly use? I'm surprised there's no spring in it. That's really weird. I didn't really foresee that being the problem. Not a big deal, like, but I'm slightly surprised. How about that? Is that only too wide? Solar man tip could work, like a round one. Maybe it's not a round one. Oh shit. I just bloody bent my wee bit of tubing. I know I must have something that would work for this. I'm just trying to think. Is it too thin, that one? That might just go through the middle yet and that would be a problem. That'll not fit, will it? No. God damn it. That'll be too wide, I would think. Yeah, definitely. The only thing so far that I can get that seems to be the right thickness is that screwdriver, but the screwdriver isn't magnetic, so it's a bit more awkward. I wonder if maybe let me just check on my wee iFixit kit here, see if there's any. I don't think so, I don't think the spudger would be the right thickness. It's not even in there. Yeah. Those are quite right. Maybe a wee bit better for shoving in it though. That might not quite fit right, but I'll try. Nah, it'll be too long. Bugger. Alright, well, basically the only thing I've got that I can find is this screwdriver, but the problem is that it is magnetic, so it's kind of slightly counterintuitive, or counterproductive I should say. It's working to a certain extent, but I don't know how... The problem is if the spring isn't fully pushed down, then the spring is long enough that the keycap sitting on top of it will be enough to press it into the membrane. I'm pretty sure this is not right the way it's sitting just now, but I'm just going to try it. See, it's working, it's actuating, but it's no buckling the spring. So that isn't quite right. So like it's functional. You can see it pressing and like releasing, crucially, but it's not quite sitting as it should. It's just, it's like it's not fully pushed down because it's actuating slightly early. There's not much in it. It's kind of frustrating because it's so close, but it doesn't matter if it's close. It's not. If it's not right, it's not right. Bizarre that it keeps wanting to go to the side. I don't know what's going on there. It keeps wanting to tilt to the right hand side. That's too thick. That's the thing. I think I'll try this one last time, but I don't think this is going to work very well. I think the next thing I'm going to do is look inside at the assembly in general and just see how the plastic clips look. If they're really bad... Oh, hang on. Oh! Okay, that's definitely straighter. It may have rotated though, which would be... It might mean it doesn't quite work right. Try it with one of these first and... Nah. Again, it's working, but it's no... It doesn't feel right. It's not sitting right. So, I think the stabilizer clips are savable, which is a good start, but the be easier to just swap out the entire flipper for a new one, like spring and... Alright, there we go. So we've got it functional again, but Again, it's like it's mushy, like it's not clicking because it's the spring isn't buckling properly. I might have damaged the spring unwittingly, I don't know. But it works at least. That's a good. It's still progress. I'm going to have a wee look though inside here and see what we're working with, like how bad it actually is or is not, as the case may be. So my fancy schmancy Japanese screwdriver for these is wonderful. I love this thing. Do not fall, please. Do not fall, for the love of God. Don't stay up to 5 AM. Oh no, I'm not gonna fully restore this one because I want to open the. I've got another IBM thing, an old typewriter. But no, I'm not staying up late. I need my bed for the night, so. Maybe. What's she making it? Is she frying something? I think it's a hose. I don't know what she's up to. How are you doing? I am okay. Yeah, I'm good. I suppose as close to good as I get. This thing makes it so much easier to open these. It's brilliant. I love it. So let's pray. Oh, hang on. There we go. Why are you being stubborn? There are any extra screws in these ones or something, are there? It shouldn't be the case. No, it's just a bit tight. There it goes. Oh, the dart. Oh my god. Yep, this. Oh my word. Oh. Yeah, okay, this is getting a full tear down and clean. I mean, fair enough, right? It's clearly been heavily used in a workplace. So that's fair. That is fair. Is that a broken off piece of plastic or a piece of membrane or something? That is rock solid. Where does that come from? Interesting. There's like a shard of broken off plastic here, but I cannot see anywhere. And like, from having opened these in the past, I've no reason to. Like, I don't recognise that. I don't know what it is. It might be part of a keyboard cover. That actually might be what it is. I think it's maybe been like a cover that you would sit like on the Focus, on the BTC I was showing you earlier. It actually looks like the same plastic, so that might actually be what it is. But yeah, this is really dirty, so okay. Right, let's take this out and have a wee nosy. I'm interested here in the plastic condition to see what how many of these wee rivets are missing. Because I think there are definitely some. There's some rattling around, so I'm expecting there to be at least some. Oh my god, is it only 2? Surely no. Oh my god! It fucking is as well. How? two! The entire thing, it's only missing two! Right, that is not being taken apart. I'm going to figure out a way. No, some of them are like... Okay, fair enough. You know what? I think they're only still attached because they were pressed against the case, if you get me. So they're not actually doing anything to help keep it together. Alright, that makes more sense. Yeah, like if I just touch them lightly, they're falling off. That makes more sense. Not all of them, but a lot of them feel very loose. Yeah, like that's not totally falling off, but it's like you can feel it wobbling. So yeah, fair enough. Whatever. I mean, that's only two so far that have actually fully come off as I've checked them. Which isn't actually that bad going. So we're so far only 4. There's a few loose ones, but they're not actually coming off. Oh, okay, so ideally I would prefer to not take this apart and bolt mod it if I can at all avoid it, because it does change the feel of the thing, and notably the sound is quite different after you've taken it apart and bolt modded. But this definitely needs a good clean though, Jesus Christ. Boggin'. But that, yeah, I don't know. I'm just clipping the controller back in. Bit finicky. I'm deliberately not taking off the like taking out the ribbon cables, because there's sort of a finite number of times you can get them to like take them off and put them back on before they start to suffer somewhat. So I don't really want to take them out unless I absolutely have to. There we go. But yeah, okay. So this thing's in actually overall remarkably good condition. It's just dirty, really dirty. And not as bad though, like the type of dirt is less of an actual problem compared to the 1991 that I had that was like properly revolting. Why is that not quite wanting to sit right? But yeah, so there's a reasonable amount of dirt in here, but apart from that, like this is retained most of its original plastic rivets. There's a couple that feel a bit loose, but they're not actually falling off. Interesting, very interesting. Because I've got much newer ones that are in much worse condition. But this spacebar is definitely not ideal, so... It's so annoying because it's like, it's so close. I mean, it works. And this is the area, by the way, that... Oh, I know, that's fine. That has the missing rivets, this corner. And they're still working. But yeah, that spacebar definitely doesn't feel right. It's so annoying. I wish I could just get that spring to sit nicely, because I wouldn't take it apart if I could get the spacebar spring buckling properly. But I don't know if I'm going to get it to sit just quite right. I need to find probably some other tool other than that to help press it down. Oh, that doesn't really matter, does it? It's actuating as I'm pressing. I've not unplugged it. It's so close. It's like it is buckling, but it's no kind of buckling in a satisfying manner. With the weight of the spacebar, it's slightly different though. It is. I mean, it is functional. It's just that's not a pleasant experience at all. The springs, I might have slightly stretched out the spring. Either when I've removed it off the flipper in the first place, or during trying to press it down evenly, I've maybe pushed it to the side. At one point it did sort of kink, and that pushed through the middle of the spring. It doesn't appear to have been bent or damaged or skewed, but maybe it was, and I've just like it's not visually obvious. So, It's not like I've damaged the original spring. It's a somewhat expendable, newly manufactured one, but still don't know. Damaged any of them really, but. You know what? I think I have actually. Yeah, I think I've bent the springs. Yeah, okay, right, fine. That one's coming off. Yeah. Yep, it is. It's bent. Okay, fair enough. That would certainly explain it. You can see if I rotate it, it sort of wobbles. It's like going like this as it rotates. So yeah, it's not straight. Fair enough. Just grab. Try again. This might be something that I end up doing off stream so I can really like properly focus, because I do I struggle to kind of be totally, that's bullshit, totally focused as I'm doing something really finicky, and I feel like I need to be telling you what I'm up to, and you know. sweating. My God. I'm trying to get the spring off the flip. So this is an actual original IBM spring. I would rather that they were more similar rather than using a Unicomp. And I've got plenty of these old ones as well, but usually I would rather... Like, I used the Unicomp one first to experiment, because I'd rather write off one of those than an original IBM one, but now that I think I'm kind of comfier with putting that thing on, I would rather that it was more similar to the rest of the springs on the board, so I'll try... Second attempt I'll use an IBM spring. And hopefully not bend it. I think it's going to like ping off and disappear into the stratosphere. Oh no. Oh, have I just damaged it maybe? God. I think I have. Fuck. Balls. I think I've fucked it. Bugger. What's really funny is that the Unicomp one came off easily. That wasn't the hard bit at all, it was later. And that one I've fucked. Fucking bastard. That's really annoying. Don't think that's probably not going to be recoverable. Sad. I've never... there is a kind of finicky method for using the end of a chopstick and trying to rotate the spring off, so like coil it around the plastic to kind of unscrew it. But I have never successfully found an implement that's the right thickness. It's always either too thin so it just goes straight through it, or too thick and it doesn't have enough friction to rotate it. Otherwise I would be doing that right now, but yeah, this isn't really going well. Shit. Oh, well, now I'm really annoyed. Yeah, that spring's a goner. Fuck. I've got literally hundreds of these, but you know, I still don't know what I win. I just wish there was one that was already loose, that would be preferable. Oh, you know who's got that? I'll try once more, and if not, I'm going to shout it. Well, not shout. I'm going to ask. I think Tom has some of these that are already off. I'm just making sure that they're not actually bent to begin with, because obviously that's pointless if I go through all this and then it's already a wreck. This is nerve-wracking. I just basically need that, but thicker. That's slightly too narrow. See, the original IBM, the Unicut one I used just fell off, basically. I'm even tempted. I think this... might actually be damaged. Like the flipper rather than the spring. It might actually be easier if I clip this bit tube end and like so that there's less height on the tube end, and then I can manipulate easier. It's coming off. One sec. Spring. Okay. Okay, replacement spring. Counterclockwise and push. I don't understand. What way am I supposed to be? Rotate. Okay. Counterclockwise then pull. Insert, skewer and rotate counterclockwise, then pull. The tricky thing is though, based on that, so if you were to do that and then pull upwards, if you can stretch out the spring, and if you stretch out the spring, the spring is physically longer, so it actuates early. So I don't really know how they're intending that you do that. It's like got it. Let's check I've not bent it in the process. I think we're okay. That looks good to me. Okay. Okay, springs on. I need to unplug this because it's gone daft. Fuck. Fucking bastard. Okay. Still going to the side a wee bit.
Beach?
Don't say that.
What?
I'm on stream. Oh yeah, fucking beauty. There we go. Oh, nailed it. Right. It's going slightly to one side, but like, as long as it buckles and works, I don't give a shit. Where the fucking hell is Via? Via. Okay. Try it with the actual bar though, because there's a bit more hit and miss with the actual bar on. Done. Right. Sorry, you can't see this. Via. Oh. And you know, it's sort of this. There's a slight effect on the wire because the clip is partially broken. The less stable part of the key is the far right side because that's where like the clip isn't really holding the wire down properly because it's the opposite side. The thing is though, I never press the spacebar on the right hand side ever. It's always here, and that side's totally fine because that's relying on a right hand side clip to stabilise the force. So basically, for me, this keyboard is fine now. Sinvik says your partner is too nice to you. In what respect? Because she made me tea? Or... She is lovely. She's also a, like, foul bastard at times. It's quite funny. Like, she's the hashtag gamer. I'm no... She's younger than me. She sits and plays like World of Warcraft and all that. And the things that come out of her mouth sometimes. But no, she's lovely. pop that one again. I'll do the other two first. The reason I'm holding it awkwardly is that tilting the springs so they're straight up and down, so vertically you lean the board this way, helps a wee bit with aligning them for so they buckle properly when you clip them down. I just found it the other day. She made you tea and brought it to you while you just fuck about with really old plastic rectangles. Yeah. She's wonderful. I love her very much. More often than not, that doesn't happen. I've not seen her for a while. I think she's been doing stuff in the garden. She got like a wee birdhouse and stuff. There we go. Alright then, it's definitely needing badly cleaned. Not badly cleaned. It's badly needing cleaned, thoroughly. I'm going to keep this beside my Model M stuff because that's a godsend, a wee bit of tubing. This will eventually need a bolt mod. I don't think it needs it yet. It doesn't feel absolutely perfect. Like, they all buckle though. I think this area here needs the keycaps obviously need cleaned. I mean, I could do that. I could just do that now, to be fair. I think though I want to get to this Selectric, so typewriter time. But there you go, successfully repaired. Model M spacebar using another old Model M spacebar spring. Well, not spacebar spring, just an old spring. Wonderful. Anyway, case back on then for the time being. It's full of muck. It is full of muck. Let me get a wee bag because that's disgusting. Oh, there's one there actually. Does it have my address on it? Nope. Good. Turns out it did have my address on it on the opposite side. But, you know, I'm not going to properly clean it now. I'm just at least getting the absolute massive dust bunnies out of it because that's fucking minging. I think if Tom, I'm kind of annoyed Tom isn't watching this because he would have been probably quite pissed off that I got this for the price that I got it for, and that's it fixed. So I'll message him just to be like, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Hashtag mod abuse. He's never here anymore. He's. I think it's high time I found new mods. Sinvec should be a mod. Sinvec's always here. God, this is bogging. Hell is half of this is like gunky. Blech. I think that piece of plastic I found probably is off a keyboard cover. Sinvec, in all seriousness, if you want to be a mod, you're more than welcome to be a mod. Because, but I mean, you're VIP, so, you know. But I genuinely, like, Thorogrim and Tom are sort of not always here, so it's not ideal. Also, like, they're both in the same time zone as me. And I stream at times that nobody really should, so it's understandable that they're not going to be about in the middle of the night and stuff, because they should be asleep, as should I. But I am not, because I am a stupid person. But it would be useful to have someone in another time zone as a mod, so that it's more realistic to expect that they are awake at the times that I will be streaming. And to be fair, I mean, it's not like I need a mod in terms of, like, there's nobody here most of the time. It's not like I'm getting loads of abuse in chat or whatever, so it's no it's not like absolutely imperative that there's always a mod around anyway, but it's just more of a conveniency, like me having nae hands free, you know. Is that like dead spider legs or something? I don't know. I think it is. Nice. Yummy. But I am pretty happy with this purchase, I have to say. Now, will I fare as well with this electric? We'll see. It's reportedly functional. It's been sold as functional. This electric is the typewriter, by the way, in case that's not clear, which I'm just about to go and get in a minute. It's in a fucking massive box. I'm just picking out the worst of the dirt, but I'll properly clean this later on, because it's pretty minging. I just, you know, there's no reason to not at least take some of this shit out of the way while I've got it open, because it's not nice, is it? It's not nice. It's probably best that I don't use these tweezers for this. Now with extra protein. Yes. Num 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 num. Num num. My dad used to do this thing that he thought was really funny. And to be fair, it is quite funny. Where if I was trying to, not just me, just anybody, if you were trying to eat your dinner or whatever, sitting at the kitchen table, it was a fairly rare occurrence. My dad worked like really long hours, and was ill a lot as well. So like he had long periods of his life where he was in hospital. So to be honest, it was fairly rare that he would be at the dinner table at the same time as everybody else. It was originally it was just me and then my mum, and then later on my sister was born. But anyway. When he was at the table at the same time, it obviously didn't he? Well, not obviously, because of his work pattern, he didn't always. Although he might be sitting at the table, he might have just come in for work, having already had food, or like he wasn't necessarily eating at the same time. So I'd be sitting having my dinner, and he would be kind of sitting at the table just to have a sit down, or because he's been working all day or whatever, and he would like sit there and stare at me while I ate my dinner, and then he would wait for me to like be moving a forkful or a spoonful of food towards my face, and then as soon as I put it in my mouth, he would go nom nom nom. So I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake! You put it in your mouth and you go nom nom nom, like that over and over again. It was really irritating. So naturally, I can't wait to have kids so that I can do that. Just to really annoy them. Because I can't get my revenge on my dad, but I can at least take it out on somebody else that doesn't deserve it, like my own children. You know what I mean? Right, I think I'm just calling this for now because it's at least no fully dead insects anymore and massive dust bunnies. So that's still progress, but it still definitely needs a big clean because it's pretty minging. But anyway, for now, there's the wee plastic rivets, by the way. Tom, you missed me fixing it. This is, remember I got a Model M the other day for very, very little. Partially because it has a fucked up spacebar. The spacebar, the left clip on the spacebar stabilizer was partially snapped off, and it doesn't actually affect it if I press it on the left or in the middle, which is where I press the spacebar anyway, just coincidentally. If I press it on the very far right, then it's like slightly less smooth because it's not being held down as well on the left. But it was completely missing the spring in the spacebar. I've just, through some fiddly finicking with a replacement spring, I've managed to get a replacement spring on it, and it is buckling correctly, and it's now fixed. The only thing is that if I was wanting to be 100% about this, I would want to add a wee bit extra plastic, because the missing bit plastic's long gone, I think. I don't see it anywhere inside the case. But I would want to replace either part or all of the clip on the left, but I don't really care because it's not affecting function because I press it on the left anyway, and it's wire stabilizers. You fucking dancer! I love my wire stabilizers. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this, and it's in pretty good condition. It's only missing 4 rivets. 4. So 2 were out lying in the case when I opened it. And the other 2 were like sitting pressed in, but like as soon as I touched them lightly they fell off, so that but there's a couple of other ones that seem slightly wobbly, but they're not actually broken off. So this isn't yet getting a bolt mod because I don't want to bolt mod this unless I absolutely have to. That's why I was trying to fix the spring without taking it apart. But it will get a bolt mod obviously at some point. I just don't want to do it until it's really necessary because it feels pretty good. So I'm not doing that until it's necessary. There are other ones I have that are getting bolt modded sooner, but not this one yet, I don't think. But anyway, you're saying the wire stabilizers are worse. I actually don't think I agree, because in my experience, I'm very, very sensitive to a lot of these, and I'm not just talking Unicomp, I'm talking Unicomp, Lexmark and IBM. Almost all the ones I've had that have had the barrel stabilizers, there's been at least one key, usually only 1 or 2, but there's at least one that feels rough as fuck. Like it doesn't quite, like the barrel, or the pole I should say, on the keycap isn't quite gone down straight. And it's sort of fixable within reason. You can sort of basically, I'm sure you know this, I don't know why I'm telling you, but if you kind of put pressure, so like hold the keycap, like the side of the keycap with one finger, and kind of pinch in either direction, so like either like this or like this, and just sort of rock it, pinch it ever so slightly, quite gently, and just keep doing it, tiny wee adjustments, and putting it back and try it, and it's fixable within reason, but it's fucking, they're just, I don't like them. The wire ones, you can hear the wire, it's got the kind of metallic resonant, like a ringing sort of noise of the wire. I don't give a fuck. I kind of, it's fine, it's like a reminder this is actually a mechanical thing. I mean, I like my Model Fs, which they're loud as fuck. Listen to that fucking rattle. Oh, I will lube. To be fair, I will lube the wires. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Yep, like that. Anyway, case. Oh, also, look at the case. Oh, that needs a good wipe. Hang on, before I put that back on, that needs a good wipe. I'll at least wipe down the top case because that's horrible. Oh, dirt. Some alcohol and some wee pads. You know what? Actually, I think that glove needs the bin anyway, so I'll just use the glove. Get a wee wipe with a fingertip. You just lube the poles basically, aye. Hey, I heard you lube your pole. Alcohol. Where's my alcohol? Here, mate. Why lube your pole? I do that too, but you have to DM me if you want to know about that. Okay. Yeah, you know what, actually, that's not going to be... I'm going to just use... I've got them somewhere. Where are they? Oh, there they are. It's because that's pretty disgusting. They're really shite, actually. Hashtag satire. Satire? Is it satire? So just a wipe down there. And bit of alcohol on a pad. Oh shit! Fuck balls. I've just realised Via's still up and I can't get rid of it. I actually haven't used IBM for a good while now. Really. What are you using at the moment? Well, wait. You're on the split ergo thing, aren't you? Right now. But I don't know if that's... What else have you been using? There's a bunch of gunk in this side corner here. Gonna dig it out with some. It's well in there. Yuck. The tricky thing is this case also has stickers on it and I want to preserve them. I have to desolder it. Straight stuff and sesame. Alright, okay. Tofu 60 with inks. Is the sesame the through-hold Alice board? Yes! I kind of want to try it, to be honest, but something about Alice layout gives me the fear. Having two B keys is just like... It looks... If you don't look closely, it looks more sort of even because you've not got a big gap in the middle, but as soon as you see it's two B keys, I don't like that at all. Tom was saying he actually quite liked it because he sometimes hits the B key with his left finger and sometimes with his right. I don't. I always hit it with my... Let me get this right, hang on. Left, I think. Just thinking. Yeah. The problem is that I also hit the Y key with my left index finger. I'm just getting an Arisu without two Bs. Yeah, well. Could do that, I suppose. What's this? Hang on. Sorry, SJ is here. Hey, hello. How are you? SJ, I've just repaired a rather dirty but otherwise excellent condition, really. IBM Keyboard M or Model M, depending on who you speak to. It's a Model G. Understand it's equidistant between the two fingers, but the Y is closer to the right. Yeah, B. So B, I could sort of understand pressing it with either finger, but for some reason, I don't know why, I've just developed this habit of pressing the Y key with my left. I think it's probably more to do with what words I tend to type using the Y letter, right? So, for whatever reason, I find it comfier to press Y, even though it's slightly further away from my left hand. I tend to press it with my left index finger, not my right index finger, which is a problem on split layouts because suddenly I'd need to like reach all the way over the gap. So, it would be fixable quite easily, I think, if I typed on a split for long enough. But I only have one split keyboard. And I can show you actually because it's over there. You can probably see where this is going. It's not a traditional, not traditional. It's not a modern split. Here's my one split keyboard. You ready? Ready for this? There it is. Fucking dust. So there's my one split layout. And this is how I learned that I have this Y key problem. But yeah, I really want, for anyone who's not aware, I have just more or less finished designing an ortholinear keyboard that I'm calling Tetromino. And I'll need to finish the PCB and just make absolutely sure, like sanity check everything's right before I order the first proto. And I want to get some other wee converter PCBs and stuff done.
Here, you, I don't like your bug, mate. No way, I think she is a cow, man.
But yeah, that'll get made pretty soon. The case is sitting over there. I've done a version in...
Transport links are pretty great here in Scotland.
Like this one.
Your cars and aeroplanes,
that?
therefore, knobs, man. You want to cross the Firth of Tay. There's only one way, ScotRail.
There you go.
I'm a help Scottish guy in a fantasy sim. Only chib, every cunt in the land of Skyrim.
DuckTales, hi. Epsy, how you doing? Epsilon keyboards. Yeah, there's quite a lot of those.
My boys, you fuck me dick.
I'm just getting this top case a wee clean. It's pretty disgusting inside as well, but I'll fully clean it later. But...
He's a fucking hedgehog.
Can I argue? He is indeed. He is a hedgehog. But so what was I talking about? I don't know. Fuck knows anymore. Kel, what's funny, right? You're saying trolled by chat, but see...
Transport links are pretty great here in Scotland. Fuck your cars and aeroplanes, therefore, knobs, man. You want to cross the Firth of Tay. There's only one way, ScotRail.
SJ, mate, do you go outside? How do you have this many points? Haven't touched grass and yonks. Yeah. Was it way too late? Can relate. Half the time I'm streaming and I'm like no finished till like fucking 4 or 5 a.m. It's not normal. Really shouldn't do that. And I started really early the night and it's Scotland's #1 lurker. Yeah. Anyway. Are we done? Anyway, what I was going to say was Jim that whose voice you just heard multiple times in that clip, in those clips. He's been in the chat a couple of times and like not even redeeming his own stuff, but redeeming like there's another sound that's like there was a guy on the news during there had been a volcanic eruption in Iceland. And a bunch of flights were grounded. This has gone back like a good lot, like early 2000s, I think. And this guy, in the back of this news report, there's a bunch of like Scottish folk on holiday in whatever, kind of Iceland or whatever. And the newsreader's just reading it to camera what's going on. And this guy wanders into shot and goes, "I hate Iceland!" And then they're like dragging him away, and he's like keeps coming back. He's like, "Oh, I hate Iceland." And Jim, who recorded all those songs and so on, was sitting in the chat like repeatedly redeeming over and over and over again that I hate Iceland. So every time I started talking, he would wait for me to say something, and he would go, "I hate Iceland." And I'm like, right. And then we keep fucking doing it. He did it like honestly, it was like 30 times. Fuck's sake. So that was fun. Like he must have spent about a fiver of real money just to irritate me for like a couple of minutes.
I hate Iceland.
There it is. Belter. It's really hard to clean these wee edge bits because Jesus fuck, they're really tight grooves. I'm not that much a fan, can I afford it? I can understand that. Right, where's my... Where the fuck are they? Oh, they're there. I'm still gradually working my way through these IBM springs, the de-rusting of the springs. One of them actually did...
fucking muppet. He is using a fucking leaf blower to blow the leaves off the pavement when it's fucking 80 mile an hour winds. What an absolute fucking plum.
There we go. I fucking love that one. The video's really hard to find now as well. The only place I could find that clip when I was looking for the sound was in like a compilation thing on YouTube. Can't find the original video. I can't remember where it was. It was probably Facebook or something. Which would probably be why I can't find it, because I've not got a Facebook account. But what an absolute fucking plum. It's great. I love the fact that he's like, he doesn't say fucking. It's not like fucking. It's like fucking. What an absolute fucking plum. It's good. Good quality stuff, you know. I don't know. Tom, how do you normally clean these deep grooves at the side? Because this particular one has like sticky crap in them. Which makes it a lot more difficult. Normally if it's just like dust or a wee bit of like surface dirt, it kinda, you can poke them out with something pointy and it kinda comes off, but this is like stubborn. Throw them in the bath. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Toothbrush is a good shout. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Because because I do use those for cleaning. I've got one handy here. I normally keep one behind me on this bookcase. It could also be on my desk though, because there's so much shit on this desk right now. I think it probably is underneath this pile of crap. I think I need to take this apart and more thoroughly clean it later anyway, so I might just kind of call it there for now and then do a more thorough clean once I've tidied my fucking desk. Yeah, I'll go with that. Let's do that. In all seriousness, this is something that I've thought about a lot because there's so much cleanup stuff that I can't easily show on a stream. And I'm like, this clip is... What is this clip? Let me see. What have you done to me? What is it? Oh. Alright, hang on. Let me change what's one profile. One sec. Not that one there. Switch account to that. Okay. One sec. Let's see what Tom's wanting us to watch.
Stop. Miss.
One sec. Fucking Jesus Christ! Get rid of that. How many subs for bathtub keyboard cleaning stream? I mean, if I could hit 20, that'd be nice. It was funny, like I had quite a bit of momentum when I first started streaming, and then moved house, and basically couldn't stream for a while because none of my stuff was available to me, and then everyone left, and I've just still not really recovered the momentum that was lost, which is a bit of a shame. So I'm not really pushing too much for subs or whatever. I'm just kind of letting it roll along, trundle at its own rate. What's this? Oh, volume up. Yeah.
Stop. Miss. Come here. How come you've got, right? Give us a look at this. How come you've got a fucking knife trader and a fucking Timberland boot on?
I've got diabetes.
You've got diabetes? What's that got to do with fucking choosy ranch guns?
Because I
Also, am I wrong, or was he wearing like two right shoes or something?
Come here. How come you've got, right? Give us a look at this. How come you've got a fucking knife trader?
Aye, look, on his right foot he's got a left shoe. You see that? I think, cause the look at the stripe. So the trainer there, is that looks like a left foot. What the fuck? Oh god.
And a fucking
Yes.
Timberland boot on.
Look at the curve.
diabetes.
You've got diabetes? What's that got to do with fucking choosy ranch guns?
Because I
Oh my god! I never got his answer. Disappointing. Oh, what? Have you seen the guy carrying the massive outdoor clock, and the geezer in the van asks, "Mate, do you know the time?" No, I have not. Hang on. I wonder if I can find. Let me find the thing. One sec. Let's think. I don't know. It was called some shite like this, but this is the one where I had the absolute fucking plum. I think it's that one. Some of these are pish, but something that's pretty good. Right, hold on. 24p. Wow.
Imagine the course.
Who left that wheelie boot?
Oh! I want a fucking nation!
What the fuck is that?
Get my gaff, you green cunt.
Oh, we've got your phone, you fanny.
Pure mad daft, you left your pure mad phone in the pure mad taxi.
Leave,
The
leave, come
pure
here.
mad phone and the pure mad taxi. Oh.
Love sausage rolls! Put them in the oven and they come out tasty!
It's alright, the ambulance is just coming.
What is the song with the lyrics? Du- 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 What's the lyrics with?
Look at this fucking muppet.
Here we go.
He is using a fucking leaf blower to blow the leaves off the pavement when it's fucking 80 mile an hour winds. What an absolute fucking plum.
Snapchat.
There we go. That was all I wanted. Now this isn't wanting to close, so what's going on here?
Let's go!
What I think. There we go.
I'm getting pashed.
If performs tricks at parties, pulls rabbits out of a hat.
Magician. Magician.
That's no fucking.
That's right.
Michigan.
Wait a minute, I need that back. Oh fuck. Did you see that? Did you catch what was happening there?
Card declined.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. Right, what?
Fuck.
Right. Please. Please watch this.
If performs tricks at parties, pulls rabbits out of a hat.
Magician. Magician.
That's no fucking magician, you fun.
Is it?
That's right.
It's a place in America.
Michigan.
His pals are fucking raging. Oh, Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry, that's me fucked. Imagine being that fucking. Oh, God. Oh, Christ.
I'm the fucking daddy.
I'll get that in a wee sec, Tom. Oh, shit. Right, I'll put this back together now. See what. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Sorry, that-
we're back again with the cheesy pasta, the mixer faster, knife, serial killer, fucking serial killer. Cheesy pasta.
What is this shite?
My fucking spoon fell out.
Doesn't want to spoon house. They told me to just say I'm gonna die.
Bam, 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 everybody say way oh.
Shut your spooky bastard!
2, 3.
God fucking hell, man! Why? Why did you do that?
I'm actually blocking, you're not joking. Stop fucking shooting me! You fucking made me break my teeth!
Are you got to North Aberdeen? Yeah. Aye, we're no.
I'm not Greek or that, but I think I've been spiked.
It's not on. There's no future in that.
Grab the beat, you fucking idiot!
Is this a trampoline?
Oh my god, trampoline!
Oh yeah, Dad.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
You fucking wanky! What did you do that for? Kevin. What was that for? What was that? You're a dick. Wank.
Driver.
Thank you.
Oh, this.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See that? Oh shit! Let me play it again. Aye, that one was pretty controversial because the guy, that was a bus driver that while he was driving the bus, like he was in motion, was filming presumably on his phone. I think this wee old woman talking to him because she was off her nut, obviously. So he finds this really funny and he starts filming. Obviously, the clip, he posted it on fucking Twitter or something. It went viral because it is funny, and then he got sacked because obviously you can you know, folk knew what the bus company was and all that. So what a fanny. But I'm glad he did it because his sacrifice meant we got that video. But what a... Jesus. Anyway, right, what's Tom saying? What's he saying? God.
My fucking face. I think you're going to put it all wrong.
No,
Because if you take a tumble, you're taking a heater, you're taking a heater doing it.
Has he smacked his...
Try and get both your feet into the flashing and tiptoe down the flashing. If you can stand up on the flashing and hold on to the gutter till you turn, and then as you turn, your foot will hit the metal pin. What? You what, Andrew?
flinging things at somebody?
It was going to D there, Andrew. It was going to D. Right, don't put too much weight on it, right?
Where the fuck am I meant to put my weight? Mate, I can't put my weight in the roof, it's dead fun. I can't hold on to the bottom. What am I meant to do with it? Oh, here Andrew, hold it for 5 minutes. You fucking wank stain. Don't shift your weight up. What the fuck are you talking about? I can't put my weight on the fucking roof. I can't put my weight in the gutter. Where's it meant to go? No, man, I can't just fucking move it. Oh. You fucking want. That's how agitated I'm getting now. You really fucking agitated me.
It was you that wanted to go up, Dick.
I'm just going to let myself drop right. I'm going to hold on to this side bit.
Oh no.
And hopefully I'm far enough doing it.
Oh. Oh, I wonder. I bet you I can't find it now. Let's see if I can. I don't think it's on YouTube. Nah. Ugh. It's annoying. But either. I wonder if I can. Hold on. Don't know. I think it was either Twitter or... I've got it... nah, it's not going to work, is it? If I find the clip, I'll save it, because it's... Fuck knows where it is now. But one of the audio clips on the channel is the...
Do you ken what your sister's just finished with me for? Because of my mum's no paid her council tax.
The video is fucking brilliant though, because the guy's like... It's clearly not the point of the video. Like, it's just this happened to happen. Well, I think the guy was trying to post a video of himself, like, looking absolutely fucked, because he's got, like, his eyes are all red and bloodshot and whatever, and he's sitting smoking something, and there's smoke everywhere, and he's just kind of sitting like that. And this other guy walks out the house behind him and says that. So, it's fucking brilliant. But never mind. So, God. See, a lot of these are absolute pish, but I wish. I'm not gonna find it. I don't think, because it was. Oh Jesus. Oh no! Is this like Americans? Oh God, I don't know. Imagine. Oh no. No, 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 no. What is all this shit, man? This is like absolute nonsense. Well, we'll try one.
Happy New Year, everybody! Go.
The song is You've Got to Pump It Up.
Oh, pump it up.
Aye.
Just another one champion sound. Yeah, Estelle, we about to get down. Who the hottest in the world right
Jesus.
What did I say?
Let me see it. It says, it's almost Christmas and I have noticed that you have been very good this year. Your name is on my present list here in the North Pole. My elves are working hard so we can get your gifts ready.
Oh wait, I'll shit my pants.
You saw him reaching. I thought he was just fixing his.
He's trying to violate me. Pulled me over. Step on my Louboutins. Can you see these Louboutins? And what shoes are them? Asdas. And mine are Louboutins. So you can write my.
Time for Teletubbies. Time for Teletubbies. Time for Teletubbies.
Okay.
Time for Teletubbies.
Tinky winky, hinky winky. See?
The 2019 book entitled No One is Too Small to Make a Difference is a collection of speeches made by a Swedish climate change activist. What's her name?
Sharon.
Greta Thunberg.
Sharon. Just Sharon. No surname. Like Cher. Oh my God.
Oh, fucking hell.
No, no. Oh God. Well, that's that finished. Fucking Jesus Christ. No warning whatsoever there. Bloody hell. Anyway, keyboards. Fuck's sake. Right. So I need to. That's that back together. So I need to get the. Why is it playing again? Oh, because the. Yeah. The system play pause button basically reverts to the last thing that was played or paused. So when I press play pause, it didn't start the music, it started the video, because that's the last thing I played. My God. The fucking hell is this? Anyway, it's electric. That tab. So I'll need to clear a bit of space because the box is fucking massive. So, okay. Let's move the trackball. That I don't really need right now. I'm going to keep this cable beside the keyboard because it does seem to be slightly different for the ones that I recognise. Actually, Tom, you're still BRBing, I think. I'm curious to show you the end of this cable and see if it looks normal for your point of view or if it's any different for other ones you've seen, because I think it's slightly different. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's the exact same. I think it probably is. So that's pretty good. Okay. Shove that shit out the road. Bin stuff. There's no point in clearing this in now because it's going to be minging with this electric as well, I would imagine. Ugh. But at least clear some space. Okay, and that might be enough room. Yes, typewriter. Typewriter time. And actually, this will have my address probably, so I'll quickly cut it off before I bring it in. Actually struggling to get it into the room. Holy fuck. Oh. Oh shit. Oh. You see the fucking side of this, eh? No, I don't think it's fitting on the desk. Oh, holy crap. Oh, no, that's not happening. I'll need to open it on the flare and then lift it up onto the desk, I think. Because it's not going to fit. Jesus Christ. Alright, so. Ouch. Fucking hell. Right. Okay. It's open. I think it's a box with a box inside it. Possibly. Oh my god. There's so much. Oh god! Okay. This is cool. I think if it's alright with you, I'm going to wait until I've lifted all this stuff out the box first, and then I'll go and get that, because I'm going to end up spilling it. Whoa, right. Okay. So the box number 1. It's not a coffee machine. Jesus, the fucking size of this thing. Holy shit, man. There's loads of cardboard. They've packed it out with a load of cardboard. Just like random bits of cardboard. Holy shit, like pizza boxes and... It's like his recycling bin, basically. He's fucking emptied it into this. Jesus Christ. Ah, which means it's now going to have to go into my recycling bin. But if it did the job, like reduced fat hummus, there we go. We've got some tonic water. It reminds me of that time that I ordered a VCR. Oh Jesus, they must bank with Revolut. Christ. Fucking hell. I don't think there's any details in it, just... Oh no. Oh. I'm trying to get all the kind of loose bits of cardboard out the road first. Fucking hell, man. Okay, so what do I do first? I'll maybe open this and have a look, because this has some stuff in it that's actually pretty cool. Or there isn't that much in it. I think I'll maybe get the... And I don't just mean it's random bits of somebody's recycling bin, I mean there's actually stuff in it for this. Oh jeez. That's dated 2006. Oh, I know what that is. Okay, I don't know what he docks the seller either, so I'll flip that over. But I'll show you that otherwise. This is replacement ribbons. There's like 4, I think, of those. Let me see. Made in Great Britain. Okay. Yeah, 4 replacement ribbons. 3 of these. And I'll explain what these are if it's not immediately obvious in just a wee second. Now I already have some of these actually. But these alone, these can sometimes sell for a reasonable amount of money. It's not like you can just walk into a shop and buy them now, is it? So interesting that the hinge is slightly different on one of them. There's 2 that are both script, but they're different. One of them has a plastic hinge and one of them it's metallic, see it? So they're both the same font, both the same typeface, whatever. Although this actually does constitute a font because it's the full... This is something that folk are picky about. A font is the entire collection, basically. A typeface is the styling within that font, right? So this is both individual bits of this would be a typeface, but the whole thing I think is a font. But aye, interesting that I didn't know. I've never seen one with a metallic hinge like that on the top part. And there's also this, which I'm very intrigued about. I think this is a case for those. Very nice. Oh, there's more. Another one in there as well. Oh my god! That's really cool. I don't know if you can see that clearly on stream. It's samples of what the fonts look like. Light italic, letter gothic, prestige elite. Oh, interesting. Prestige elite doesn't work too well by the looks of it. But the seller's a bit of a character, I think. By Jove, by gosh, by golly, by jingo. God. But that's pretty cool. So they've shown what each of the fonts look like. And this is a wee carry case for the... That's really useful, because I've got quite a few of these. I think I can fill this, actually. Polygo Elite. Polygo? Never seen that one before. So this is nifty, because the first one I got an original Solectric, and it didn't come with any of this extra stuff. It was just the thing on its own, and it was pretty badly beaten up, so that wasn't very useful to me. But that's excellent. That holds them really well. Yeah, that's cool. So, script. Oh, it's interesting. Prestige Elite, unless it's lying somewhere, appears not to be in here. I wonder if they've taken it out. So light italic is there. Letter gothic also isn't there. Polygo Elite is there. Prestige Elite's not. Script is the one I've got the duplicate. And I've got other ones over there. Somewhere behind me. But yeah, anyway, that's nifty. I like that. I think that's maybe seen better days. It doesn't really want to clip closed. Like it does, it shuts, but it doesn't like clip tightly closed. And plastic's just kind of aged. It needs a wee bit of clean as well. It's not really filthy or anything, but it's not clean either. Alright, let's make some space again. Okay. Yeah, this goes. Whoa! Fuck me. Has he packed it on like a shelf? Oh my god, no wonder it was heavy. Holy shit, man. There's like a see the white thing underneath it? Fuck. It's like a bloody shelf at a bookcase or something. Holy shit. Well, look, I can't claim that he's no... Fucking hell. There's like nowhere to put this gigantic box, so I'm just going to take it out of the room. Fuck, Jesus. My god. I can't believe that. He's like, there is an entire, like a back of a unit or something. Or a shelf out of a unit or something, I don't know. My god. Oh, and this, I'll show you this in a wee minute. This is quite cool. It's actually not... It's the wrong thing for this typewriter, but it's still interesting, so I'll show you that in a wee second. Have I got Glenmorangie? I think I've got Glenmorangie. Oh, I think it's like an IPA cask or something. I think that's Glenmorangie. Are you mainly saying that because I've said I've running out of Lefroy? Trying to get the best way of doing this. Please help. Also, hi. Hi, Pat. You've caught me attempting to unpack an IBM Selectric typewriter, which has been packed hilariously, but also very thoroughly. The guy's like used up the contents of his recycling bin. And also what appears to be an entire fucking massive shelf. Regarding the help, right? Continue. I doubt I can help, but go for it. Making shitty memes and about procrastinating maths for the past half hour. Nice. That seems like a reasonable use of time to me. I'm really terrified to lift this. I need to get it off this fucking shelf thing for a start. Okay, now, right. I think that's all the tape. So it should come off. I need to make sure it doesn't fall off the fucking desk and brain my... Right. Oh my god. That is so heavy. Look at that! That is thick! Look, see the fucking big white shelf thing? Jesus Christ, man. I need a bloody extra set of hands here. Holy shit. That's bloody heavy. Hear that big whap? Right. Oh my god. This is an undertaking and a half. Oh. Right, next.
Transport links are pretty great here in Scotland. Fuck your cars and aeroplanes, therefore, knobs man. You want to cross the Firth of Tay, there's only one way, ScotRail.
Oh, right. Another layer gone. Jesus, man, the size of this. Holy shit. Oh, I hope after all this it survives. Because if after all that effort packing it, it's damaged, it'll be tragic. But I can't really claim the guy didn't make his best effort, can I? Holy shit! Right. Don't know how to tackle the next bit because the tape goes underneath. Cleaning the tape. It's on the top. Ah. Right, I'm gonna have to cut this because that's not coming off. Okay. I think this might be kind of the main reveal here, so... No, not quite, not quite. Starting to see it underneath. This is a hell of a journey, this. So the bit that was damaged in the other one I think is intact here. It's hard to say yet, but I think it has survived. Okay, another layer off. I think it's one more layer and then I'm in finally. My god. 15 layers later. You missed most of it, honestly. It's ridiculous. There was like 2 big boxes, a shitload of like the contents of somebody's card and paper recycling bin. I don't know how much bubble wrap. So much bubble wrap. Loads of these big pads. I don't know what they are, they're like insulation or something, I don't know. Hundreds of them. Mental. Right. I think he'd originally put it up as collection only, understandably, and then no one was interested in it. So he gave up and packed it. So it's been like sitting packed for a while so he could immediately ship it out, and then sure enough got interest after he packed it. But holy shit. Right, so it still didn't go for a huge amount of money. These can sell for quite a lot, but this one didn't, and I'm sort of confused as to why, because honestly it appears to be working. A lot of these are just sold as like as is, untested. Right, where's the fucking layers underneath here? Oh. Here it is. Oh, dying? I thought you said you weren't going to die the Real Force case. It's in a dye bath. Oh no. Did you just decide, fuck it, hashtag YOLO? Or what? This is so heavy. My god. I did not foresee this being as difficult as it's turned out to be to unpack. Well, there's a sticker on the bottom of this that's like come off partially in the tape. I'm going to try and save it. Right, I'll get it off in a minute. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. I wait till you see what the seller typed. Pretty good. Ugh. Okay. Oh my god. Ugh. we go. Oh, fuck. My God. Oh, there's letter Gothic in it. Jesus Christ, man. That was a hell of an undertaking. Right. I wonder what this label is. Sticking to me. Okay. Because it seems like it's contemporary, so I want to just see if it's savable. Like, I think they've not realised it was on the boat yet, or no cared, because, you know, didn't think it was important, but for me it's kind of good to keep. Jesus Christ. I can't even fit it in shot. There you go. Right. There we go. Fucking hell. I think that's going to be savable. The caps are essentially identical to beam spring caps, more or less. And what I might do, because my beam spring has some slightly iffy caps on it, I might sort of mix and match some of the caps. But I mean, these are in pretty good nick. I'll clean them, but they're otherwise they're basically in pretty good nick. Electrical safety. Oh no. What does this say? Concerned with your safety, the manufacturer of this equipment has had this design tested and approved by the British Standards Institution at its Hemel Hempstead Centre. There we go. And the sticker has survived. Apart from that bit which wasn't on it when I got it, so. But that's pretty funny. So it's safe. Holy shit. The fucking size of this. Right, so this was in it. I think they've tried to type dear and made a cunt of it. Dear sirs, it has come to my attention that you have a typewriter for sale. Let's move the mic back in a wee bit so you can actually hear what I'm saying. Dear sirs, it has come to my attention that you have a typewriter for sale. It appears to be fully working, all keys and ribbon and carriage controls fully operational. I guess it might bring about a few happy memories for someone out there. I even have spare ribbons and spare golf balls. See the photo I will upload to eBay in a short while. It is, however, very heavy, so I will ask that the bidders for the item consider that I will accept a local pickup only. Oops, typo, sorry. And then they've accidentally outed themselves as a misogynist underneath, because they said dear sirs. Right at the bottom, under here it says, Dear Sir / Madam, to be correct, and a smiley face. Oh, wonderful. I love that. Jesus Christ. My God. There is currently an Olivetti Cherry keyboard. I'm really curious to see what this goes for. I cannot afford this. To be honest as well, not really my cup of tea. It's really nice, like, but currently going for 200 quid on eBay. See if it stays there. Because there was one recently that sold for substantially more than that. But nah. If it went for much less, then I might have been interested. But I mean, I don't have any money right now, so the timing's atrocious. Let's see. £200 at the moment. See what happens. Is it going to climb in the last 3 seconds? I bet you it jumps. Because somebody will try and snipe. And it will probably in the last couple of seconds. We'll see. Either that or not enough people care. 15 bids though. Oh! Yep, there you go. 310. Wow. We'll get a chance to load and I'll see. 310 quid plus a tenner postage for a cherry keyboard. And guaranteed they'll harvest the caps, so the board's not even going to stay what it is. So anyway, back to IBM, which is much better than cherry stuff as far as I'm concerned. This here, this is the part that was broken on my original Selectric that I got. This part here. See the dear sir / madam to be correct. See it? Fucking Jesus. So that's in sync on either side. What is this? Wow. I don't know. I've never used one of these. I have no idea what this is. Interesting. So this here, I wonder why there's been notches on this. I need to do a lot of reading, I think. That appears to be where the ribbon goes, under here. This here is how the golf balls attach. So you lift the wee hingey bit up and it releases and pops up. Very nice. You can see on the ribbon where characters have been typed. Relatively thick paper. I'm wondering if I can use like just cheapo printer paper in it, or if it'll not really work. I suspect it probably will. Yeah, I don't know what this the wee lever, why are there different notches on it? I can't really see what it says on it, if it says anything on it. Hands are dirty here. Oh, some size, eh? Made in Canada. Interesting. See if I can see what that says. I think it's numbers. So 5 at the end. 5, 3. I wonder what that is. I wonder if it's how bold it is. Like if it's further away, there's more distance to travel, so it'll be more. I don't know. Like you'll get more ink, or I'm not sure. Jeez. And what about this? No idea. There's one way I think I can find out, but. Okay, that's to grip the paper. What is this? Don't know. Right, let me wash my hands and come back, and I'll show you what's in here. Okay. Oh, I need to get a whiskey as well. I owe Sinveka Glenmorangie. Okay. Glenmorangie. So I cannot seem to find my Glenmorangie, which suggests it's probably in here. If it's in here, God help me. Because fuck knows where it would be in this room. There's also like a massive pile of packaging off of this. I did, however, find a bunch of Pro Micros I thought I had lost. So they'll be useful. From things like converters, and I'll keep those out so I can use them in a wee bit. Screws, which are useful, and that adapter that I lost ages ago. Let's see if it's down here, because if it's in here, it should be in this sort of vicinity. This is the Glenmorangie, what's it called again? Can't remember, name's got in my head. Well, there's Lefroy. I don't want you to just have the Lefroy again though, because it's constant. Lefroy. I can't believe the guy packed it with a fucking shelf. Look at the size of this! That's heavy! What's that cost a bit of money to post like? Unreal. Is there a skin behind here maybe? No. None there. Holy shit, man. Sheer amount of packaging. If you want to pick something else because you kind of find that I'm okay with that, just try to change up my request a bit. No, I know. I mean, if I can't find it in the next like minute, then I will. I feel like it's probably here, because it's not beside all the other whiskies. So, okay. There. Oh, there apparently. I mean, I know I've got it, but didn't you see it? Oh well. Could be near, but I don't think so. That's annoying because, see, now you've mentioned that I kind of fancy a bit of that one as well. Is it Edward or is that Edward whiskey? Curious. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I've done it. Strange. Oh well. It's probably in here, but I have no idea where. And I didn't. Aye. Probably best not waste too much time trying to find it. It's probably fairly attached to the table. No, fucking right. Compass. I definitely lost the bottle, but aye, I'll go for that. which is Balvenie Caribbean cask, which is basically been in a rum cask. So, you know, the barrel had rum in it to begin with, and then there's shoved whiskey in it after, which is actually produced, could be pretty horrible, but has produced a pretty lovely result. So, I'll go for that. I wonder where the hell I put that. You know what? I'm doubting myself. It might not even be Glenmorangie. It might be Glenfiddich or something. I've got one that's an IPA cask, and it actually is pretty nice. I'm not a big into IPA, but it's nice. It gives it enough. Quite unique, you know. And this is pretty nice too, because it's got enough rum in it that you can definitely taste it, but it's no overwhelming. It doesn't just taste like rum. It's funny as well, there's quite a few rums that honestly taste quite like Scotch whisky. Which obviously I'm a fan of. I quite enjoy that. It's interesting. There's fucking paint on my whisky tin lid. Dust as well, Jesus Christ. I don't know where the hell I put that. I think it is. It must be in here. It has to be in here. But, oh! Is that? No, that's a post picture. No. Oh well. First thing that's nice, by the way, about this is the original Selectric that I had stank to high heaven. This has the same smell, but it is not in any way overpowering. The other one was fucking stinking. Like, as soon as you walked into the room, it smelled. That isn't the case for this. So, like, I can smell the same smell if I like stick my head in to the centre where it's open. So I think it's something to do with the combination of like the toner and all the metallic parts that are probably starting to kind of, you know, probably there's some corrosion. But yeah. So this is at least 70s, because it says patented in Canada 1957, 1960, 1962 to 71. Manufactured by IBM Canada Limited. The case is nearly ready to come out the bath. Dare I plug it in? Okay. Doesn't seem like a good noise. Seems like that's sticking. Doesn't sound healthy, does it? Something's definitely not right. Oh! See, that was like in the way, as if it was jammed. Wonder what that's from. So that's comfy somewhere, but... Interesting, it's pressing the wrong characters. So T is producing C for some reason. I wonder if it's just like aligned incorrectly. Let me see. Okay. That's not locked in properly, hang on. Okay. See what happens. Okay, nope. That'll be a no then. Well, that's what I'm checking, yeah. If the... See, it only goes in one way though, like it locks in place. So, I wonder if that's something to do with this. Hang on. No. Hello? I'm currently trying to figure out typewriter. Oh wow! When I hold shift, look at the type bar. It rotates like... Is the toner like run out or... Could be. It's like it's getting stuck. It won't move past... Oh, there it goes. I wonder what's happening there. Is that font size 12 or 10? Well, that's a 12. See, there's no, it's not producing anything. That's definitely locked in place though. So, it's not that. It maybe just ran out of toner, I don't know, but even before that it was producing the wrong characters. See, that's like it's not going through It's pressing into the page, but it's like missing the ribbon. Hang on. That's something to do with it. Tab. Still looks like it's producing C. What these numbers are. It's no printing it because it's like missing the ribbon, but that's curious. I wonder what's happening now. I'm sure it was in the middle. That was originally there. But yeah, it's basically not pushing. It's like jumping over the top of the ribbon and pushing into the page. You can see there it was originally hitting the ribbon, but it's producing the wrong characters. I wonder why that is. What is this? Is that an R? It's hard to see. Okay. Don't like that buzzing noise. It's like it's jammed. that for like the size of the paper or something? Or like the margin, perhaps? I'm just checking what it's actually moving. I think it is. I think that's to determine where your margin is. And like the end of where it can move to. Yep. The sound though, my god. But it would be nice if it worked, if I could actually produce something with it. So, what is this? I'm assuming one would feed it like that, but underneath. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, they've clearly got it to work because they did type that with it. But I wonder why. Oh, hang on. Alright, I need to... Oh, interesting. So, it's no returning. It's going back to where the tab was. Ah. Interesting. The whiteout on the middle roller is kind of great. Yeah, so the original Selectric that I got had this or I can't remember what they called it. It was like self-correction or something. But basically it's Tipex, or as Synvex says, whiteout. So you can type away. You make a fuck up. You would backspace and then whiteout over the top. Now I don't know what you use, like what I would type to produce that. No idea. But what I'm trying to figure out is it may actually just be that the ribbons kind of run out. Because there's characters all over it, so, you know. It may just be that. What's interesting is it's getting to there, then jamming, and then doesn't want to go any further. See it? Why? And now it's wobbled it. Mixy FPS, thank you for the follow. How strange. See, it jammed again. This keeps sticking. Ugh. Oh, interesting. And again, sticking over here. Oh, mic. Okay, I've only wants to go so far and then it stops. I wonder what's going on there with that jamming. What's this doing? Is that something to do with the grip in the paper? There's another wee bit at the back that seems to sit in a different position. What's this A, B? A, B, C, D, E, but what's that? Right, anyway, let's try and demystify this a bit, because the thing in here isn't immediately relevant to this model. However, it's very close. So this is for this electric 3. This is, you'll notice the picture differs. This is this electric 2, and this is a 3. So the manual isn't actually for this model, it's for another one. But I'm hoping there will be enough similarity that it will still be, to some extent, useful. So, here we go. Here's like a kind of guide. Paper edge guide. Right, that's... I don't think that applies here. No, it does, it does. I did think that. See this part? I think that the paper's supposed to go behind that thing. Shit. You know, like that. Although it doesn't seem to be gripping it, so maybe I'm wrong. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so that sort of guides it to the right place, the margin. Oh, you found the manual for this electric too, amazing. Right, let's see. I found this the other night actually, because when I saw the listing, I was like, wait, that doesn't look right, and googled this. So here we go. Paper edge guide. Yep, sure enough, that's that. Centering guide. Okay. Dual. Right. So multiple copy control. Oh. Okay. Dual pitch lever. Half backspace lever. That there. Is there any indication of which orientation is which? Doesn't look like it. We'll read through this. What about that? Line space lever. Okay. So tighter, or so when you return it'll move more or less. Card holder. Card holder. The fuck is that? Okay. Position indicator. Left margin stop. Yep. There you go. Margin release. Pitch identification. Hello, Tom. I'm currently trying to figure out why this isn't fully working as expected. Because clearly this was typed on it right before it was listed on eBay. But it's not quite right. Line finder. Interesting. Page 9, page end indicator. Okay. Anyway, let's work through this. A pro keyboard, yeah. Alright. On off control. Keep hair, fingers and personal objects out of the printing and ribbon area when the machine is on. No shit. To insert the paper, align it against the paper edge guide. Yep. Pull the paper wheel forward, press the index key. Press the index key. Is that? Yep. Let's do it the way it's telling me to do it, out of curiosity. Right, so to insert the paper, align it against the paper edge guide. Yes. Aligned it is. Pull the paper bail forward. Which is the paper bail is on the side, right? And then it says Push the index. Oh, that's going to jam because of that. Right. It's not quite sitting flat, is it? Okay. Right. I don't know if I've seen that. I'll look in a sec. To reposition the paper after it's inserted, move the paper release lever forward. Ah. I see. Push the lever back after it's in the desired position. Alright, like it just loosens it. Alright, so it's stopping gripping it at the back. Use this feature when inserting a thick carbon pack and when removing paper from the typewriter. So you can freely pull it out. Okay, sure. Right. Oh, I need to grip it again. Okay. Okay. So it's interesting that it's not. I feel like it's jamming on this and it shouldn't. That worries me. Anyway, continue reading the now. Pitch margin scale. Well, that's the that's the 12. Well, I've got that right. Dual pitch model. Yep, fine. Margin dual pitch scale. Here we go. Both 10 and 12 pitch scales. The top scale is a 10 pitch, bottom's a 12. Okay. Okay, alright. So this is, yeah, tighter. I wonder what the numbers are. Like what they meant to represent exactly. Like what units are we speaking in here? But because the 12 one, there's more distance for it to travel. Like. Anyway, that doesn't really... Alright, okay, so it's characters per inch. So, I think that's in number of characters. So like 5, that looks like an inch. Yep, it is. So there you go, so an inch. And the top one, sure enough, lines up with 10. On the bottom, you get to 12, so 12 characters. So it's how many characters into the page you are. Interesting. So these are our 12 pitch. So actually they're tighter. So you get more words, more characters in a line. Right, fine. Line space leaguer, right? Okay. So single space and a half or double spacing, right? So that's 1, half, 2. We'll stick with 1. Set the margins. Push in and slide the margin stops to the new margin settings. Do I need to pull it out or no? Left margin cannot be moved past the red pointer. I hope that's God. Yep. Space the pointer out of the way before moving the margin stop. Right. The right margin stop prevents you from typing past the right margin. So hang on, where the fuck? I hope that didn't break. I think that would. Where the fuck did that go? Just looking to see if I can see it in a picture. It's like watching a caveman learn how to hit things with a rock. Shut up, yeah, bastard. Aha. There we are. I can't see where that would go. Like, where has that come from? Is it there? Does it slide? There you go. Okay. Alright. Left margin stop cannot be moved past the red pointer. Right, so I can move the pointer. It says move the pointer out of the way. But how would you move that pointer? Didn't, like the way that I just did? Like lift it up? And no idea. No idea. Is that supposed to go to the right or to the left of that? That's the thing. Because it doesn't seem to want to go any further than that. That wasn't a good noise. Yeah, it doesn't go any further than that. See, it's going as far as that and then won't move. How strange. The right version, when using the job picture, I don't understand. To temporarily release the left margin. Okay. It's just bizarre because it's something's wrong over here. Like it's sticking at a certain point. And I want to understand why that is. Violent. Okay, okay. Alright, that can go further to the left. Aha! There we go. Right. I'm just seeing... Right, so it's now moving. Oh! Did you hear that? Oh, the ding! Oh, the ding! It stops the carriage. If it could move to the right of the carriage, it wouldn't be effective as a left stop, yeah. Okay, so I think I'm going past. For fuck. Interesting that that fell off rather than... The ding. I love the ding. Okay. What's curious is returning doesn't return. I just assumed carriage return would be all the way at the start of the line, but no, it's it's doing it in steps. So something happened there. It kind of twanged. See that moving? Why is that moving? Okay, so new line is working carriage return, is it not? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Zinvic. So what I mean is, if I hit carriage return, I wonder if it's that. Hang on. So that... Ah. Right. So that's all the way... If I hold that, it goes all the way back to the start. I think that's probably a sensible place for it. That's jumping around as it moves over the top. You can see the imprints on the page as it's slamming into the page, but there's no ink. Now I don't know if that's just because it's run out, which it might very well be, or if it's because of a misalignment. I'm going to look in a wee second and see if there's anything in there. Alright, we get a ding. That looks like it's roughly lined up, so we'll call it 100 characters. That's basically warning me to stop. Alright, so if I hit return there, it doesn't fully return. That moves the... So that doesn't new line it. That's new line and then return, but it's not returning another way. And I would have thought it should, but I don't know. I've never typed on one of these before. That, on the other hand, returns all the way to the beginning if I hold it. Right? So I can... I don't know, tab or... Right? And then if I hit carriage return, it new lines but doesn't fully go back. If I hold that, it'll go all the way to start. Return is new line. Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, I would have thought, like, why would you want to take a new line and only go back a tiny wee step, right? Like, hang on. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Tab, 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 blah, blah, blah. Right, tighten. At the end of the line, ding, ding, there's my ding. Surely you would hit return for it to new line and go back to the beginning of the next, like, start a new line, right? But watch what happens. Watch the type ball. Only goes back that far. And that seems wrong or strange to me, but I mean, maybe that is normal. It just seems odd, doesn't it? Like, surely that should return it to the start of the line as well, rather than just... And I don't know what this tab... We'll see. The right margin stops prevents you from typing past the right margin. However, you can tab or space through it. To type past the right margin, press the margin release key and continue typing. Margin release key was that, I believe. Oh! Okay. That tilts them. So presumably you can... Seems like it's not doing what it should, because that just popped off. Curious. I don't know if that's like... Is it on upside down? Is it supposed to go like that? I wonder if that's the problem. Doesn't it seem like it? No, I don't think so. Got it right in the first place. So then why is that pinging off? Curious. It just sort of seems like that's on the top, so surely you would want that to point upwards. I need to try and... You have a properly reinforced. Nice. I'm just seeing if I can find a picture of the wee red indicator thing. Looks like it's pointing upwards. Yep, definitely pointing upwards. How in the name of fuck am I supposed to get that to point up the way? Hang on. Ah, there we go. The answer is press harder, apparently. Okay. Where's my thing? Okay, and then okay, that looks better because it's no pinging off. Okay, let's see if that works then. If I get to the end of a line and I press the release thing, let's see if it'll let me type through it. Yes, good. There we go. What the fuck happened there? Oh no, did the thing just fall into the typewriter? Shit! What the fuck? I believe it did. I can see it. Tweezers. Maybe turn this off. Yeah. You know what? No, it's not magnetic. Fucking hell. Okay. Just pinged off. Okay. Do not want to break this. Very much do not want to break this. Okay. Back on. We're back in business. But what happened there? Why did it not go past this? I wonder. And bear in mind as well, like that when I took it out the box, it was already like that in the beginning. Like it was sticking on this left margin. Okay, so it's going as far as the margin and stopping, as it should. There's my ding. I think I need to bring that margin in a bit. Oh, yep, that would do it. So then what happens when it just stops me completely. Oh, yeah, so it won't let me type any further. Mostly one time, it won't let me type any further. Kinda, I can space through it though. Alright. Right, let's... Right, fine. So we have learned, do not use margin release and then go at the beginning of the line because it'll slam through the left margin and just break the thing off. Don't do that. Oh, are we getting? No. Right, so that's fine. Set and clear tabs. Use the tab control to set and clear tabs. To set a tab, move the carrier to the place where you want to start a tab, then place set. Ah, I wonder if this is to do with the return thing that I was saying. Okay, to set a tab the carrier to the stop you want to. So that's to clear, sorry. To set a tab, move the carrier to the place where you want to set a tab. Understand what it means by move the as in tabbing you. I don't know. I'm curious. Is that the white of it? I would have thought that would just be backspace, which wouldn't take a new line. Interesting. Oh. I think before I deface this any further, I'm going to hang on, get another sheet of paper. Just shitty printer paper, I think will do me for now. It's making a whole lot of noises. Show me where my margins are hitting me. Okay, that's too far in, I think. So maybe like 5 in at each end. Something like that. Where's my ding? There it is. Yeah, that's about right. Just surprised. Typing forms is faster when you set tab stops at the points on the form where most of the typing begins. Use the partial carrier return. Partial. I mean, that certainly seems like a partial carrier return, doesn't it? Or if I have to hold it, maybe? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's... Nah, because that's... Yeah, because it's pushing it up. Still the wrong characters, by the way. That's curious. So instead of T, I'm getting C. I'm going to look at that and see where they are in relation to one another. Right, ding, okay. And then it stops me. How is that strange? Both shifts are joined, yeah. That was the same in the original Selectric. So you press down either shift key, and because it's doing the same action, right? Like it doesn't make any difference. Mechanically, it makes sense for it to do the same thing. And this one, as you would probably imagine, shift lock. So if you want to mash away and block caps or whatever. And that's still C, it's just a capital C. What is that? V? See, it's like vertically misaligned, because there's C and V. Oh, what happened there? Just decided of its own accord to return. So that is what? What is that? Can't quite tell. H, right? And then H is K. Eh? That's bizarre. Don't know what's going on there. And yeah, like I would have expected. Oh, no, it's definitely moving it up. Why would backspace move the carriage, like return as well? It's moving back one space, but it's also returning. Why would you want it to return? Oh yeah, there you go. The impression, there's basically what I assumed at the beginning. The impression control enables you to adjust the striking force of the element. So the further away it is, the more forceful it's going to impact, forcefully even, it's going to impact the paper. So like, it's not really leaving an impression, and then if I put it up to full, there's a big whack. It's a dot by the looks of things. Why does everything look like C? What the fuck? What's going on there? That's a Q, I think. I don't know what's going on with the alignment of the... Something's up with this. So, Multiple carbon packs and stencils generally require greater striking force for good quality. So obviously if you were trying to like produce multiple carbon copies of something, you would put carbon paper in and it'll push through. Okay. So yeah, you wouldn't need that up as high. Select the most appropriate style of type for each job. You can change the type and element to your... I should be sharing this, but I mean, fuck it. To remove an element, touch the shift key to be sure it is not locked. Alright, in other words, like, not in shift lock. Yep. Lift the lever on the top of the element until it clicks into the open position. Yes. There you go. Lift it straight up off the element post. And there we go. But I mean, I've done that bit before. Just bizarre that... Let's have a look at it and see why C might be in place of T. It does seem like a misalignment, because C is, I think, 2 steps along from T. So you would think it would just be a rotation thing. And it is sort of pointing there. That's definitely T. Yeah, it is. So I want it to be pointing straight up to get T, but it's pointing that way, so I'm getting C. There's C. So why is that? Does it need to be like twisted into place, or what's going on there? And in the picture, it's pointing straight ahead. To put on an element, right, open the lever, holding the element, yeah. Open the lever on top of this, here, click. Holding the element by the lever, place the element on the post, pointing the triangle towards the platen. Now, that's a confusing thing to call it, but like, the triangle doesn't want to point in the right direction. That's the thing. It only wants to go on it in one orientation. So why is that misaligned then? Because it will only go on one way with the looks of things. Slightly easier to fit when it's back here. Bizarre. Because it only wants to actually slide down and fit onto the post if it's in that arrangement. But that's wrong. Like, that clearly isn't pointing straight up. So why? Has it actually just been knocked? I don't know. Because it should be like that, and it's like this. And that's the problem. Because it's slamming in forwards. Why is that? I don't think it shouldn't make any difference if I pick a different one, but just for the sake of argument. Don't know, script or Polygo Elite. Why not? Why not? Why indeed not? Just in case, theoretically, it's... No, see, same again. Only wants to go down. So why is that pointing the wrong way then? What to do with that? What was that again? I forget what that was. How strange. But clearly that's what's up. That's why it's not printing the right character. Am I getting C? Yeah, I am. Okay. Shift keys and shift lock. Express backspace key. That's different actually. Okay. Nope, it's the same key, it's just labelled differently. Use this key to move rapidly backward on the same type in line for underscoring or repositioning the character, which we know because it does. As you type. The page end indicator shows the number of inches remaining to the bottom of the page. Alright. I'm assuming it means this. Nah, surely not. How would that... You would think it must be on here, but I don't see... Unless there's like a missing piece, I don't know. Actually, it might be, because... It looks like there's supposed to be print on it or something. Okay, center in the paper. Insert the paper so that its left and right edges touch the same number on the scale. Curious. Why would you want to center it though? Why would it... You wouldn't want it to be in the middle, surely. Because why else would you have this left edge margin thing? Strange. To center horizontally. Right, well, never mind that now. I want to try and figure out what's going on with the positioning here, because something's not right there. To type stencils, no. For red, black, and set the control. Okay, hang on. That's to do with changing it. It's showing a control that doesn't appear to exist. Oh, hang on. Okay, here we go. Move the ribbon stencil control to the left so the S lines up under the mark and locks into position. There is no S or R, but it does seem to have... I wonder if that's the problem. Maybe that's like misaligned because it got jammed earlier. Yep. Okay. Right, so now I'm getting ink again. That's good. So that somehow got stuck mechanically somewhere, and that's why it... Okay. So stencils, I'm assuming then, that must be like, rather than using the ribbon, there would be something, like you would have a sheet of something that would make an impression on the sheet underneath, I'm guessing. Don't know what a stencil is, but now I'm getting ink again, so that's a good start. Still misaligned though, so why is that? So if I hit T, I get C, right? Right, anyway, well, we fixed one problem. Why the other problem? Why is this not rotated correctly? Okay. Right, so that's the first thing. Typomatic keys. Ha! Any of the 6 typomatic keys can be touched lightly for a single action or held down for repeat actions, such as backspace, spacebar, hyphen, underscore, return. Yeah. The index key is used to space vertically without the carrier returning to the left margin. Where's the correcting key? Oh! Interesting. So is this not a correcting one? I don't understand. I thought it was. What is this? Rocker? I wonder. But yeah, there's no correcting key, which is on the wheelwriter in this position as well. So basically that's backspace, but that's not to delete anything. The correcting thing would be here. But it doesn't have that key, so that's interesting. What's also interesting is that's where you would have the enter key on like IBM terminal keyboards. So that's kind of the opposite of what you would expect. You would expect that here would be cancel or escape, or like an undo, something to undo your last action would be on this side, and this would be enter. But on this and on the wheelwriter, which is a later typewriter that they made, that position was where you would have your whiteout key basically. That's interesting. Tells you how to make a correction. But what's going on with the alignment of half backspace lever? Use this lever to justify copy, insert a character or create a ligature. Yeah. Move it towards you until the red vertical line at the top center of the card holder indicates the desired typing position. Ah, interesting. To move exactly 1/2 space. So let's hang on. So if I type A, oh, it's not going to be A, of course. No. Fuck, this is I need to fix this alignment issue. I don't know why it's twisted like that. Care and maintenance. We'll deal with that in a minute. Reverse lever. Changing the correcting type. It's on your tape. Cleaning the typing element. Alright, velocity control dial, which is over here. This dial is used when typing with foreign language and technical typing elements. Hold the dial at the thin mark to type small characters such as accent marks. Move the dial towards the thick line when typing in uppercase with elements containing a 10-key numerical cluster. Jeez. For a standard element, keep the dial at the center position. I wonder if that's the rotation issue. Maybe not. Nah. Nah, see, it's tilting. So that's like the uppercasey stuff, and that's... Nah, so the center position's right. Okay, so it's not that. Dead key, right. No mention of... Right, hang on. Let's Google. I was going to type on this. My God. Right, let's see what's going on then. This is going to look ridiculous, but bear with me. Interestingly, the keys are actually sort of similar because this is based on these keycaps. Go figure. Right, Selectric typing element rotated. I don't know. I'm in a Discord that I think I'll ask about this because it's bizarre. This is a sheet of varied, well, not a sheet, but it's a cut up. They're not ultralights, no. They're in, it's in the cupboard. The ultralights are in another one. I think I'm going to take the ultralights back out, to be honest. I think I'm going to do something else with them. But no, the ultralights are elsewhere. This is Real Force Varied Domes for a 10 keyless Real Force. The only 10 keyless keyboard in my entire collection. And it's in pieces and bits of it are in here. I'm just trying to find out if anybody can find out any information about the typing element pointing the wrong way. Please tell me, because that's the main issue I have right now. Because it should be pointing straight ahead, and it's not. It's pointing to the side. I can't figure out a way of mechanically correcting that. So because none of these have anything to do with that. You know, that's a half backspace thing. Interesting. Okay, let's have a look. What's Tom found? I wasn't even looking. I didn't even think of YouTube. I was just googling it. Aha! Yes. Right. Let's watch this then. Thank you, Tom.
Dwayne here, Phoenix.
God, it better not be a big involved process. Right. One sec. Let's see. Let's go to this screen. Watch what this says. Oh. So what are we saying?
Typewriter.com got a IBM Selectric 1 that I'm doing a complete rebuild, but this ball is not in the right position.
Mm-hmm.
This ball should at least be centered with that arrow at least straight ahead or slightly off. It is way off, and I don't know how it got that way. This machine came in with a broken belt, broken hub, broken transport pulley over here. Everything was the whole carrier was seized up on the shaft, so it needed a complete rebuild. And I pretty much got a lot of the stuff straightened out, and that's when I noticed that ball was out of whack, or the rotate. You know, so I thought maybe I did something in the process. You know, like knocked a cable off, a cord off, the rotate band off or something, or messed up the
because it is, I can see in there.
Or something,
when I
you know, to cause this
it
to happen, because this is not a common,
like
not a common deal.
A cable-y thing at the
but
back. That's
I have eliminated everything as a possibility, so now there's no way to adjust that with the adjustment here. You cannot adjust this enough, although you probably could do something maybe. But what needs to be done is underneath the carrier here. So underneath here, move this carrier to over a little bit here. And let me turn this off probably. Under here, way under here.
Oh my God.
And this is a tricky, hard, unusual adjustment, but and it's going to be impossible to show on camera, but I'm going to show you where it's at. So let me get something to point with.
Because he's got that
Here,
out of the
so I'm gonna
case.
use this to point out.
This is
what
still
I'm
in the
going to
case.
adjust. And that is tricky. So
Why
there
would
it is,
that
right there.
be wrong though? Like, how has that got to that state? That's bizarre. Because it was clearly fine. Because exactly, how would that have changed in transmit? Bizarre. But it was. I mean, I'm pretty sure when I unboxed it, it was
It's not
already
the first time
pointing
I've done it. but it's also definitely not common. So underneath the carrier is the rotate. Wow, that's hard to see.
Struggling to show it in the camera.
Can't get it there. Okay, right
Point
there.
or something.
There's the shaft.
Is it that way? Spring in the
There's the
middle.
carrier shaft right there.
Is it this?
Over here, this little nipple over here is the main spring, or the coil spring that keeps tension on the rotate tape. But right here is a set screw right on the other side, on the right side of that shaft. Get my thing out of the way here. Right there is a set screw. Right there.
Yeah.
And that sets that shaft, locks it into place. It's just one set screw. Now, my only theory with when this happens is the machine gets jammed up and this actually slips at this point, at that area. So this takes a special spline wrench, and you got to get it right into that
Fuck's sake.
set screw right there.
A special wrench that I definitely do not have at all. Cool.
It's in there. So now this is a tricky part, because this is a long. Let's see if I can loosen it. Okay, it did. Okay, I'm tightening it back up a little bit because I'm going to reach around here. So when I loosen that, I'm going to position this ball where I want it, which is straight forward.
Well, that's not
straight ahead. So right there. So I'm going to want to position that straight ahead while I loosen this. So I'm ready to loosen that.
Jesus.
And when I loosen that, this will turn.
Fucking hell.
Just like that. I'm just going to get it close to center and tighten it back up. Just did that right there. So let me get this tight. It actually didn't feel that loose, so maybe that was the problem. Crank that as tight as I can get it. That's pretty tight. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay, so now it's a lot better centered. Turn this bugger back on again.
So, what the fuck am I going to use to tighten that then?
And we got typing. And it's pretty close because it's actually working here. I can't believe it. I got it so good it might not need a further adjustment. Nothing is spinning at the moment. Usually, you have to fine tune this, but this looks like it's close enough for now. Okay. Well, I'm surprised I didn't have to fine tune that. If it did need fine tuning,
why
it would have been done at this little turnbuckle here. But I'm going to leave it like it is because it looks pretty close. And don't know how that slipped, like I said, but I still have to do a complete clean on this typewriter, so
I wonder why
we'll see what
it's
happens.
so badly off.
during that process. But for now, good day.
It's curious. Well, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen on this stream, let's be honest. It's getting kind of late. And yeah. Fine tuning it would look like a nightmare if you don't fully know how it works. Yeah. You're a wizard, Harry. What are you... Oh my god. Tilt and spin bands. Oh, is this... I'm assuming this is going to be much the same thing.
So there are two bands here. One here and one there.
Yep, that's the thing.
And if I pull on them, you can see the ball turning a bit here. And the other one that should do the... Yeah, you can see it. It does the tilt. So mine is cocked to the side, so I have to figure out which arm moves this, and it's attached to this guy over here, and there's a turnbuckle, so it should be fairly easy to
if it's
adjust.
just minor, then
by the way, this thing is
work,
of mind-boggling complexity. Here's a summary adjustment manual, and these are all the adjustments you can go through.
Bloody hell.
And there are pages upon pages upon pages of this thing. Like it's 100-page, and that's just the concise form, right? And then you look at the mechanism in there. It just keeps going and going and going. And the guy that invented this was completely crazy.
The problem that I'm going to have... Oh, Jesus. I'm trying to not move my entire desk around when I move this. It's like pulling my desk mat off.
So now I just have to work on my sticky tab key. The return is not that good either. It sticks. Well, here we go. Oh, because the tab is sticky, sticks a bit. It's working again. Tab is fine. That was the toughest one to repair. That was the sluggish carriage return, and it turns out these guys over here that have to be adjusted properly.
Completely covered by the
first. There should be no oil on this one because it grabs the axle that does the carriage return, and of course it was based with grease, so I cleaned it up. And these guys you have to adjust, and that's the torque limiter, and you have to pull this
underneath here
tail here back a little bit to increase
like
the force. Right, I have made real progress here. The whole thing prints, and then I can go back and erase things. So my autocorrect works again.
That's the original Selectric. That's the one I had before, I think. Unless it's just... Actually, it may not be. It might just... No, I don't think it is. I think it's just a different colour. No, it's not, because you see the badge, square. The square badge is the Selectric 2. There was like an oval badge in the original Selectric, which I still have. I could take the badge off it.
Yeah, it seems to work bloody fine.
Shows you how to pull it out of the case. Yeah, I did that on the original Selectric. But yeah, again, right now I don't really want to do that, but I will. I think, to be honest, that'll be very, very difficult to do on stream because.
See, make mistakes.
I feel like it'll be very difficult to disassemble on stream because the amount of space I would need is insane. and this desk is really not very stable. It's a big standing desk, so I'm up high. How the fuck has it happened? I don't know. I really don't know. It's bizarre. I don't know what's happened.
Hey, it's Fran. Again.
Okay. I assumed you picked it up in Car Journey. No, did you? Well, because you missed me unpacking the entire fucking thing. I was here for ages, taking out layer after layer after layer of packaging. It was sent in the post, but even then, like, it was so insanely well packed, and there's like, I don't understand how that area could have been in any way affected. Like, there was nothing like pushing down on it or putting any kind of pressure on it, or I don't know, like, it's bizarre. I don't know. I wonder if the fine-tuning bit is enough. Like, if I can get the case off and just rotate that part, it might be sufficient. I don't know. How do I get the paper release again? Is it that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's typing, but it's typing the wrong fucking character. Oh shit. Interesting. I wonder what's going on there. Why would that be? Oh, interesting as well that the move the keycaps, problem solved. Nah. I mean, I could. But it is so strange. I don't... Because, like, there's nothing externally. Like, you have no external access to the part that is needing adjusted. So why then has that been possible for it to rotate like that? Like, what's happened there? How strange. Needs to rotate a fair bit. You know what? Screw it. One sec. Video Synvic. So let's see what they do in this video, just out of curiosity.
So
the case.
Don't forget to take a piece of cake if you do it in the right order.
Right.
First, you need to put the carriage in the middle.
In the middle?
Then open this up. This goes forwards, this goes backwards.
One second.
On these levers.
One wee second. That's way too fast. My God.
Don't forget.
Slow down, bastard.
Goes away.
Right, lift that up.
Then open this up. This goes forward, this goes backward.
And then you lift that part out. Fine. Let's move the mic. You found the adjustment manual, my God.
Two thumbs on these levers. Button goes away.
No, that isn't moving. Is it these? Yep. Aha. Okay. They're stiff, but yeah. Okay. Right. Okay.
Don't forget to take that piece out.
Yep. Obviously. I mean, what kind of idiot would forget this piece that I don't know the name of?
And also to flip those levers up. And
right, flip them up, like fully over. Yep, looks like it. That's in the way now, so I need to. Like that. He moved 3 though, did he not? Right, Tom.
Inside, there are 2 levers, and you push them forwards. One.
A sec. Back a bit.
To flip those.
Oh, that
up.
marker flips up.
And inside.
Really? Jeez, oh, so it does. I never would have thought. I mean, fair enough. Okay, right. Next.
There are 2 levers, and you push them forwards. 1, 2.
Okay. Forwards. Ah. Okay. No, it's not that. I'm not sure what he's pressing there. What is he pulling forward? I can't quite see in the video.
And left, 1. Levers up.
Okay.
And inside, there are 2 levers, and you push them forwards. 1.
I really don't see that. Yeah, there appear to be no levers there. So what the fucking hell is he pressing? That's unfortunate. I wish I could see what he's pressing there.
Forwards. And inside, levers up. And inside,
no, wait. Wait.
That piece out. And also to.
It does look like there's a metal lever sitting at an angle, but that isn't there.
And
it's
inside,
straight up not there.
There are 2 levers, and you push them forwards. 1.
Yep, I can see it in the video.
2.
Mine does not appear to have that. What the fuck? Well, interesting. Well, what the fuck are they then? Are they broken off, or are they just not there, or what? Like, curious. I can definitely see there's a lever in the video that starts at an angle. Let's just show you this. Hang on. So over here, pause. Right, see here. Over here, there's a lever at an angle. See it pointing up like that. So it's at like maybe a 30-degree angle approximately. And then he snaps it and it goes forward, and it's sitting like at 180
inside,
degrees.
There are 2 levers, and you push them forwards.
See it? When he moves his arm.
2.
So now it's pointing at like maybe a 10-degree angle or a 5-degree angle or something. That just straight up is not there on mine. Which is interesting. So what does that mean? Does this mean isn't this electric 2? Like, is this? It doesn't look like it's electric 3. It just has IBM written on it. It doesn't have anything about Let me look at a Selectric 3. I'm pretty sure this is not a Selectric 3 though. Because that looks different. Yeah, there's a 3. Totally different. How bizarre. Fuck. So there's some difference here for some reason. How bizarre that it's not the same. So what is he releasing there? Because there's the levers are to take off the top case. So what is the equivalent with this particular one? There is some sort of pillar. Have they broken off? Like, because there is something in there that looks like it could conceivably have had a lever attached to it at some point. But there's nothing attached. Curious. Let's maybe unplug it before we do anything else. But yeah, that's bizarre. I wonder what it is that's different. I'm really terrified to break this. How frustrating. I managed to get the original Selectric apart without looking up any guides or anything. I just opened it, but this appears to be less straightforward. Let me just check. Will that go flat or will I need to move other stuff back? Okay. Have a look underneath. In case it's just like a screw or something. I don't think that it is, but I'm just scared of spilling my whiskey everywhere. Nah. I mean, there's like two openings on the bottom that seem to be roughly in line. Stick a torch up there. Yeah, I think this is one for the Discord group. For people that know about these things more than I do. I just can't see any lever on either side. It's just very weird. Because that appears to be the thing that releases the top case and just isn't there on mine.
And if I have not messed up, that should do it. There it goes. And then there's one more lever on the side here that you pull forward. And that allows you to raise the machine and slide it forwards. And then snap it up. And voila, you're ready to work on your IBM Select Check.
It's so frustrating because it's
So
one
how
step.
does this magnificent beast work? It does print by controlling the spin and the tilt of.
It's so bizarre because like it is otherwise identical. Like everything else, all the other parts I can see match his, but mine does not have those levers. Why not? Are they broken off? This is a nice picture of the lever. Yeah. I mean, I could see them in that video when I went back and looked again. Yeah. That is not there. 100% no. So maybe it has been broken off. There is a place where I could conceivably believe there was once a lever. Which I'll try and photograph, but... But I mean, for it to be broken off on both sides is a bit bizarre. But maybe it is. So... I'm going to post this in the Discord. Done. Yeah, can I edit that and mark up the picture? Hang on. What do you mark up? Don't want live photo, fuck that. Hang on. Color. Okay. Done. Right. Share. Discord. Meet on Discord and there we go. Technically not computer fingering, but I don't have a dedicated channel for this, so yeah, it looks like it's just missing the levers. That's bizarre, isn't it? Like, one would think they surely have not just fallen off. Oh, Thorogram, your real force looks pretty nice. Alright, now, if that is indeed the lever, can I grab it with something else, like a screwdriver perhaps, and make it engage as if I was using lever? I suspect I can, but it might be difficult. Let me think, what would be a good thing to reach in there with? Probably needle nose pliers. Now I do have those. Where do I have them? That's the question. Those might work. Might be able to grip with those. I've not got a very good grip, but if I can reach in enough. Nah. But yeah, that lever just straight up totally missing on mine. And on both sides. Not even on one side, but on both. Wonder if it's been intentionally tampered with to stop somebody opening it. Like maybe an employee or... don't know. But yeah, it definitely does look like there's something missing. That's not going to work. What can I use? A long screwdriver you would think I could reach in, but... Well, see, the thing is, it kind of looks like it's already forward. Ah, shit. Dropping things. Oh no. Try that. Possibly, probably not. Oh. Yep, that did something. That did it. God, that's annoying, but that's done the trick. There we go. Right. Cooking with gas.
Ball.
Oh, shit.
And
don't need that. Hang on. Oh. Right, let's go back to the main desk view here now. So, we'll get some tunes back on because it's very silent. Let's not have this. Alright. That's worryingly close to falling over. There we go. Right, so, checklist here. I don't know if that needs to be up there, to be honest. I don't think that it does. That, however, needs to supposedly be forward. Don't know why that matters. What am I missing? Oh, there it goes. Exciting. Right, top case is off. Okay. And then a lever here. And that one's there. In fact, that was already forward. Interesting. So does that mean this has already been opened? Is that not the lever? Those only needed to be opened to get the roller out? Aye, probably. Yeah. In fact, it's probably better if it's in there. So where's this other? Ah, there's the ding. There's the bell. Where was the other thing that you adjusted in? That was in the forward position. One sec.
And it's got a pretty good detent on it, so you flick it and it opens up.
The thing is, the latch that's down here is the same as the
way,
ones shown in these videos, but it just doesn't have them.
Go ahead and turn the machine on and center the carrier in the center. Flip your margins back, flip your little indicator up. Get these guys out of the way. And then there's another one. Latch over here. Same thing.
Yeah.
Flip that. So now the uppercase will separate from the lowercase.
Mm-hmm.
grab it any way you want and separate
I'm
it.
just wanting to check. There was a lever that had to be pulled forward, but it looked like on the left.
Take that out.
That looks like it's
Let's
already
go
forward.
ahead and put the roller back in.
Put the roller back in.
Now, to get the machine out of the bottom section, there's a lever down here.
Yep, that lever's
Right
already
there.
forwards.
That holds the bottom in place.
Definitely been opened before.
Put that forward.
It was already forward.
Now the front's going to be able to release.
Is it?
When the front releases, you can drag it forward and tilt it on its back. It's
Really
got these
heavy.
rails right back here, designed to flip it on its back. So let's grab it and flip it on its
And of course,
back.
it wouldn't
So
be an
release that
IBM
lever.
device without a bunch of
There's a
foam in it.
couple spots here you can grab it by these little pins. Lift up the front and pull it forward.
Right.
At the same time, lift it up. It's only going to come forward about 4 inches and hit these stops.
Okay. So, God, I'm worried about my trackball getting all disgusting. Okay. Oh, that's also cracked. Huh. Yeah, this has definitely been opened before, and how curious. And not been put back together properly. Okay. Gonna slide it forward and shove that up there. Right. So I now can access this piece underneath, which is where there needs to be tension applied, I think. Now, how is that adjusted exactly? Because I'm hoping I don't need to reach all the way in there and go at that screw, because that would be a fucking nightmare. I'm going to wash my hands and come back. Alright, so I can now see the sort of fine tune adjustment part, but I don't yet see, and it's partially because of lighting, I think. I can't really see the set screw that the other guy was adjusting. There's a lot of oils and grease and all sorts. I wonder how one adjusts this. Where is the... Nah. It's not going to be a sufficient grip. Let me see.
You can flip it on its back.
So there are two bands here, one here and one there. And if I pull on them, you can see the ball manual, and these are. Here we go. Oh, because the tab is sticky, sticks a bit. It's working again. My sticky tab key.
I'm just wanting to find the.
Go through. And there are pages upon pages upon pages of the thing. And
I'm sure he showed the thing
link
to adjust though.
to this guy over here, and there's a turnbuckle, so it should be fairly easy to adjust. By the way, this thing is of mind-boggling. Look at the mechanism. The sluggish carriage return, and it turns out is these guys over here that have to be adjusted properly. First, there should be no oil on this one because it grabs the axle that does the gear back a little bit to increase the force. Right, I have made real progress here. The whole thing prints back a little
How
bit.
did he adjust though?
Pull the
How did he adjust this? Because I can
torque
see
limiter,
the part that was
and
mentioned in the
you
other
have
video.
to pull it up. Oil on this one because just turn. And that was the toughest one to repair. That was the. Here we go. Oh, because the tab
See when he presses the ton as well.
sticks a bit. It's working again. Tab is fine.
Yeah,
that was the
look.
toughest one to repair. That was the sluggish carriage return, and it turns out is these guys over here that have to be adjusted properly.
Okay.
First, there should be no oil on this one because it grabs the axle that does the carriage return, and of course it was grease, so I cleaned it up. And this, guys, you have to adjust, and that's the torque limiter, and you have to pull this tail here back a little bit to increase the force. Right, I have made real progress here. The whole thing prints, and I can go back and erase things. So my autocorrect works again.
Yeah, but that didn't show me.
The
The
return
thing
is
that
not that good either. It sticks. Well, here we go. Oh, because the tab is sticky, sticks a bit. It's working again. And the guy that pulled, yeah, and it's attached to this guy over here. And there's a turnbuckle, so it should be fairly easy to adjust. By the way, this thing is of mind-boggling complexity. Here's a summary adjustment manual, and these are all the adjustments you can go through. And there are pages upon pages upon pages of this thing. Like it's 100 page, and that's just the concise form, right? There's a, and then you look at.
I'm definitely going to need.
There.
Let's have a look at the manual. I'm just going to see. If it's kind of anywhere in here that's making it clear. Double string. No, that doesn't look like it. My God. So complex. Fine timing. None of this looks right. I'm just looking for a torque bar. difficult to tell. There's a lot of things that look very similar in this document, so it's tricky to know exactly what I'm looking at. I'm just looking for a... Epsy, hello! How did your stream go? You've caught me struggling to fix a problem with this typewriter that I didn't expect I was going to have to fix. I'm rather upset about it, to be honest. Let me just... Sorry, it's awfully silent as I figure this out. Say something really Scottish. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. Oh, aye. Copper. Thank you. I'm slumping because I'm very tired. How long have I been streaming? You'll be able to see it, won't you? What? I don't know. What's something really Scottish? Give me an example. 6 years. Jesus Christ. So, I'm having a problem with this. This, bizarrely, the type ball is sort of rotated like this. It should point straight ahead, right? But it's pointing kind of over here, which means because it thinks it's pointing straight forward, if I type, for example, the letter T is what would be pointing straight here, but because it's rotated like this, I get a C, because C happens to be over here. So, you know, T would be there, C's over here, but actually it's like this. So it prints the wrong character. Turns out it's because there's a sort of tension arm underneath, which controls the rotation of the typing element. And it, for unknown reasons, is out of whack. I really don't know why. No idea what's going on there. But it is. It's wrong. Now, because that's wrong, I'm going to have to adjust it. But it's really not clear how to go about adjusting that. Really don't know. One sec, I'm going to grab... oh yeah, see if I've got some pliers handy. Okay, I think I've worked out where the pliers are. Something really Scottish. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something really Scottish. That's difficult. Like, I don't know. Quoting Willie for The Simpsons is a bit shite because Willie isn't actually Scottish. Well, he's supposed to be, but the actor isn't Scottish. And none of the things that he says are actually that Scottish. I don't know. I could say there's a moose loose about this house. I could say... I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, a bit of Burns poetry or something. I'll need to have a think. Like slang, etc. But I mean, I just speak like that anyway. Do you celebrate Sean Connery's birthday as a national holiday? No. Sean Connery, unfortunately, seems to be kind of a horrible bastard. And I love my kind of early Bond films and stuff. I really liked them in, what do you call it? Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. That was great. But he seems like he kind of... I think he hates journalists in general, which is fair, I suppose. But I remember him doing an interview years ago. That was a test and you passed. Okay. You might already know what I'm about to say then. He did an interview years ago where he was being interviewed by a woman, and he was asked about having previously commented that it was okay to hit a woman, and he was like, well, I mean, I think if a woman just doesn't know when to leave it be, and if she, sometimes, what was it he says? It's something along the lines of like, if she'll just know let it go, it's alright to give her a whack, and I'm like, but no. What? Yeah. He said something that open hand is okay. Yeah, like don't punch her. Obviously, that wouldn't be fine. But no, if you whap the back of your hand, that's okay. That's fine. No, it's not. It's not okay. But Sean Connery is he's. It's interesting that he has this weird speech impediment. I don't understand what's going on. It's really weird, and he does this kind of weird, posh Edinburghian thing. I don't know. I like him. I like his performances in a lot of things, and I love genuinely. Like, I don't care about yet the Bond films themselves are also incredibly misogynistic, obviously. However, Sean Connery as Bond is pretty much perfect casting. Like, he has this kind of almost dancer-like movement, which you can totally buy as a spy. You would kind of glide, and you have to be really, fluid and conscious of the environment and all that sort of stuff. And that I totally buy that with Sean Connery. I don't really get that from most other Bonds. And I think that was a big part of why he was cast, was the way that he moved and the kind of fluidity of motion and the kind of effortlessness. Like, he's a big guy, but he kind of glides. He just sort of seems to be easy. Like, he's very graceful in his movements. But he's also a horrible bastard, so... The Germans don't know what he sounds like in movies because he gets overdubbed as a... Yes, by a German voice actor. Now, here's a story. Story time. I'm going to put my headphones on before I go. I'll tell you this and then I'll go and get my tweezers. No, my tweezers. My... thing... What are they called? Grippies. The grippies. Grippy thing. What are they called? Pliers. There we go. Got the word pliers eventually. So, I was in Disneyland in Paris a few years ago now. This is going back a wee while. And there's like a haunted house kind of thing in Disneyland in Paris. And this was the last thing I did, because this was like a previous relationship years ago. And the lassie was like an absolute nightmare. Like, didn't want to do anything ever. So like we went to Paris, and we arrive, and she's just like no interested in doing literally anything. So I've been to Paris twice. I've still not seen, like, I've not actually been to the Eiffel Tower. She didn't want to like go and visit. Like, we went to the This is really distracting. What the fuck is this? Went to the cathedral at Notre Dame. And she wouldn't go in. Like, we went to it, And then they like ding a bell when it's like, you know, they cycle the people in and out kind of thing. And the bell dings, and you're like, all right, that's us. So you rush to the front to get let in. And she's like, oh no, how are you going to go in? I'm like, what? And I was so shocked in the moment that I also didn't get to go in, because I'm like, you know, everybody's rushing to the front to get into the sort of front of the, not exactly a queue, but like, you know, the mob. And because she said no, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then by this point, it was like completely full and there was no chance. And then, of course, what happens to Notre Dame? It fucking burns. All the artwork and everything, all the stained glass is all fucked. So that was cool. Anyway, Paris. Disneyland Paris. Right, so we go to Disneyland. And again, not current partner. Wonderful, love her, great. Previous, an ex-girlfriend for years ago. Goes to Disneyland. Won't go on anything. Like, why do you want to go then? So, and I'm going on rides myself like a big child. I was like, this is bizarre. Like, what the whole point of this is like a nice cutesy thing that you do as a couple, and you know. But no, didn't give a fuck. Wanted to go, but wouldn't actually go and stuff. So like I go on the Twilight Zone thing myself. It's like a big lift that drops you. It's like a big skyscraper. Tower of Terror, I think it's called. You know, go and do that myself. Various other things I wanted to do myself. And then at the very, very end, it's like pissing down with rain, and it's like night time, and it's really dark. She still won't go on things. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm going in the haunted house thing, because I've heard all about this. And I go in, and it's narrated by Vincent Price. Except it's not, because it's Vincent Price but French. So it's the same thing as what you're saying with German Sean Connery. There's basically foreign voice actors tend to basically be cast for consistency's sake. They'll cast one same actor or actress in the role of every single one of a given actor's parts. For the most part, they're pretty consistent. So if you happen to get cast as the voice of, you know, the German voice or the French voice or the Italian voice of Sean Connery or, I don't know, Daniel Craig, whoever it is, quid's in, because you're getting every single role they do. And if they're successful, you're going to get loads of fucking work. So, I'm hearing French Vincent Price narrate, and it's really cool. And then every time he laughs, he does the classic Vincent Price, you know, the big cackle, you know. I'm like, God, he's really good at that. You know, it's like a really good impression of Vincent Price. Googled it. It was Vincent Price. So, they were overdubbing, because basically what happened with Disneyland Paris was, if you go back long enough, it was originally recorded with all the voiceover in English. And then they changed the rules so that basically it had to be primary language was French on all the rides, because it was in French. So they dub over him with the guy that plays Vincent Price in Vincent Price's films for France. So, you know, he dubs over the French dialogue over the top of Vincent Price. But they apparently didn't get him to overdub the laughter. So the laugh is still the original recordings of Vincent Price. Which was really weird, because I'm like, God, he's good. Like, that just sounds exactly like him. And it literally was. There wasn't an impression, it was those bits. So it cut for doing an overdub into actual Vincent Price laughter, and then back to the overdub. Disneyland Glasgow, maybe I can be Scottish Vincent Price. I'd love that. That'd be great. I loved Vincent Price. Disastertron, I'm sure, knows I grew up watching horror films. Like, I grew up with, like, The Mask of the Red Death and, you know, Pit and the Pendulum and Last Man on Earth and all that stuff, you know. All the kind of... He did loads of Edgar Allan Poe adaptations, Vincent Price. Dr. Phoebes. Yeah, there were so many brilliant... The Last Man on Earth is a better adaptation. I will fight anyone who disagrees. The Last Man on Earth is the most true adaptation of I Am Legend that's ever been made, and there's been a number of adaptations. And the Will Smith one is a piece of shit as far as I'm concerned. It's mainly for the ending, because I'm not going to say anything because it will spoil it, and you should read the book. Fucking read it. If you've not read it, read it. It's wonderful. And then once you've read the book, go and watch The Last Man on Earth starring Vincent Price. And basically the end of that story, the whole point, the title, the reason the title is what it is about the end of that story. And in the Will Smith adaptation, they completely changed the ending to be this big heroic thing. And it's like, no, fuck off. Like, you know, you've missed the entire point and thus rendered this meaningless. Because Hollywood. But the Vincent Price one, black and white, a lot of narration. It's not... There's a lot of narration because the book is from the perspective of the character. The whole story is wrong, not even just the ending. No, that's true, but like the bit that's dramatically incorrect, and because like you could sort of explain away like whatever, like make things fit in a film format better, because it is very much a narrative heavy. Like the book is like American Psycho, for example. It's first person. It's the guy writing about his own experience, and they deal with this in the Vincent Price one by just having Vincent Price narrate over the top of shots of him doing stuff, right? That happens a lot. But in the Will Smith one, they're trying to rewrite it to kind of make it work as a film better. So like I would kind of be like, whatever, fair enough, fine. But the ending, you cannot change the ending, otherwise the entire story becomes nothing. Like you've missed the whole point of the story. And they kept the title, so they call it I Am Legend, even though the title is literally the last line in the book, and thus explains the whole point, the whole moral dilemma, the whole discussion. The entire point of the whole story is encapsulated in the last scene and in the last line. And they keep that line in the form of the title, and it doesn't mean anything anymore because the ending is totally changed. Fucked me right off. Anyway, Vincent Price one isn't called The Last Man isn't called I Am Legend, it's called The Last Man on Earth, and yet it is a more true representation of the story I Am Legend. There you go. Anyway, so, let me see. What were we... I went on a bit of a rant there, I'm sorry. What's the dram for tonight? The dram was supposed to be... Sinvet asked for Glenmorangie, but I can't find it. So I don't know what the fuck I've done with my Glenmorangie. But instead I've gone for Caribbean Cask Balvenie. I think it's 14-year-old Balvenie Caribbean Cask. So basically it's been in a cask that previously contained rum, and it's really nice. Right, now. I want to see someone with a thick Scottish accent speaking French. Should be great entertainment. Aye. Yeah. Turtle Cat. It's like calling it MT2. Exactly. You see, they fucking changed it, by the way. So they have now... HC Toasty. HC Toasty. Thank you for the follow, though. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. I'm like, what does that mean? Yeah. So MT2 apparently has just been retitled. And honestly, good. But, like, damage is done now. It's too late. But MT2 has been retitled more appropriately, in my opinion. Drop... what was it? Sorry, it was Drop... It was DCX. So Drop Cherry X, whatever the fuck that means. Because Drop does this. They stick an X on the end of some of the branding. But basically it's like their double shot cherry style tooling, right? That makes sense because they've got like DCP. No, wait. Aye, DCP is Drop Cherry Profile, and basically that's their single shot cherry process. And they have DCD, which is Drop Cherry Dye Sub, I think. So PBT dye sublimation. And then this is DCX, which is their double shot. Unfortunately, dye sub and double shot both start with D, so, you know. So X, you know, whatever. But it's better than fucking MT2, which means fuck all, because MT3 is spherical and high profile. MT2, as it was originally going to be called, is cylindrical rather than spherical and lower profile. So why the fuck would you want to... I don't know, whatever. I mean, they gave their stupid logic, but I disagree with it strongly, so... A lot of shite. So yes, DCX it is now. Anyway, I'm going to go and see if I can grab pliers and attempt to adjust. The problem that I currently have is that the type ball, the type element on this, should point straight forward like this, right? And it's pointing like that roughly. So the effect of that is that if I want, for example, a T, which happens to be on this row here, column even, actually, because it's pointing like this, I get a C, which is the thing on the same row, but in the wrong position. So T is there, C is like 2 steps along. So don't know how the fuck that's happened. Absolutely not a clue. Gonna have to try and fix it, so back in a minute.
Trying to mess with the team. A warrior keeps it chill, calm and serene till a villain pops up in the civilian's path. And I step in and play whack-a-mole with my bow staff. Late night heroes, bright lights of the city, cruising in that turtle van, and I got the whole crew with me. Lasers on the roof, computers in the back, hooked up by yours truly. Shredder, where you at? Divide the pie, subtract the whack, add the fact that we hold it down in every city on the map. Multiply by the brain power I possess. That's a recipe for success. Yes. I do it, I need to have fun. I do it, control that gun. I do that guitar running.
You know the space, you seen it on the Tizoo, reporting on the issues, the saga continues. There's a whole slew of people chasing after me. Further than the eye can see, it runs in the family. Blocking and knocking these haters out with my click. All we need is some kicks, cause we do's it like this. Shower you with our turtle power. Any given day, any given hour. But ninja wanna start some drama? Leo go to work with your katana, watch him. Slice it and dice it up. Tell your homeboys better beware. Here comes Michelangelo with the chucks. Sing you running straight back to your lair. Ooh, join on up with Donnie and Ralph. Take a little ride, we'll head outside.
Okay, pliers are here.
Don't make us have to go off. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Take us to your leader, we gon' shred him like he wants.
This, you have the perfect tool for that. Perfect tool for what? For the thing I'm trying to adjust? I don't know if this is a joke that I've missed, or if you're genuinely saying.
Across the range of America, the Great Plains. Chicago sewers got less rats than back home. What would you do if you lived under the thrones? Yeah, I had to move, cause the groove was lost in New York. The foot soldiers adored, so I moved and got a new sport. And now I'm staining myths on a magnificent mile. Extra deep
I feel like that's just going to be a very fine adjustment, and that's not what I probably need. It's really annoying that I can't see the other side while I'm adjusting. You know what, this is a gloves time. Where's the time for gloves? Because then I can slide it up and back, forward and whatever. Because it's really oily and dirty. And I feel like, you know how I said the carriage return felt like it shouldn't be doing that? I think that's right. I think that's also needing tweaked, because there's no... I don't know which way it's supposed to go though, is the problem. Right. I've no idea if I'm turning it the right way or the wrong way. I feel like that's such a minor adjustment. Let me see. Ow. Yeah, that's barely moving at all. I think it might be moving the wrong way as well. Yeah, that's weird. So, right, see the type ball, look, when I squeeze on that, it's straightening up, right? See it? So it's pointing to the right hand side, but it should be pointing like that. So, how do we achieve that? Excuse me. I don't have enough light for this. It's just bizarre that it seems like it's not. Multiple things moving at once there. This is trouble. Jesus. It's so difficult to... I've no idea if I'm adjusting it in the correct direction or the opposite or what. Let's see if that's done. Anything. Okay. I think it has moved it in the right direction, but like not by anywhere near enough. I'm going to move it back and see if I can see what that has done. Because if I can move that along like far enough, that might do the job. So slow though. Barely moving, yeah. Such a strange, like, why has it happened in the first place? I don't understand. Right, that's roughly who it was in the first place. I got oil everywhere. Yep, I think it's moving. That's almost. Okay. So it's almost aligned with one step to the left for where it should be. I feel like when I turned it the other way, it was doing the opposite. Let me just check that. I think it was further over. So I'm going to have to also figure out why the fuck the carriage return isn't right. Like why it's returning like in steps. And apparently that might be because there's oil on that part. I think I can see from underneath that there shouldn't be. Yeah, but there is oil on that particular part, so. Right, I'm going to move this quite far along and see what visual difference that makes. Right, try that. Yeah, that's definitely moving it. Right, so it's moving it, but it's moving it the wrong way. So let's go back along. I move that quite a lot. I don't want to get oil all over. Oh, it's too late. Done now. I just hope I have enough scope to adjust it here. I might know. Yeah, I think this is tightening it because it's harder to turn, helpfully, harder to turn in this direction than it is in the other. It's annoying because this is obviously the direction it needs to go in. But I have no idea if it's going to be enough or if I'm going to have to adjust deeper in, and I can't see the other part that I would need to adjust to pull it tighter. How are we getting on? Covered now. I feel like I'm not going to have enough scope to adjust it enough. Going to be oil all over these. God damn it. I don't understand how it's happened though. Like, what in the first place has occurred to cause it to misalign or to loosen or whatever this is. It's getting really tight now, like difficult to turn. Shit, there's not going to be enough. Nowhere near enough. It is straightening though, it is definitely working. But fuck me, that's difficult. So I think I'm going to be able to get enough adjustment, it's just really hard to turn now. It doesn't want to turn. The belt can probably stretch over it. But like, before it was listed on eBay, they typed that message out. I don't understand. I just don't get it. It's getting really hard to turn. Like, gripping it hard enough to get enough purchase to turn it is very difficult now. But it's working, it's straightening. Bloody difficult. And you know, this isn't exactly the ideal tool for the job, but it's just kind of sliding now. Ah, shit. I mean, I guess so. They could have figured out what effectively what the new key mapping was, but I don't know. Jesus Christ, man. I'm going to look back at the pictures in the listing and see if I can see the type element in any of the pictures and see if it is straight. I'm very close. can see it straightening up, right? So I need to fuck with the carriage return in a minute, but I want to straighten it up first and then see if I can see the part that's causing the issue with the carriage return. Ah, come on, you wee bastard. Painful. Close, so close. It's difficult to get it bang on, but I'll get there. Oh, jeez. Gonna be here a while, but just I don't want to over adjust it. That'd be really annoying. Oh, it's so close. Wee tiny bit more. I think. Well, at least I got it fixed. But fuck me, man. What a faff. Did it stay in the track? Oh, fuck me. Alright. Shit. Yep, so I don't have enough scope to adjust it because it just like fully came off the... Oh, no. Bollocks and shit. So that's just clearly just for fine tuning then. Try and reattach it now, which is really difficult, and it won't be perfectly lined up. Fucking hell. It's so close as well. Like, so close. I might even get away with that, but it's like right at the limit of what it's able to. So that's moved that all the way over there, but let's reason this out. What I've basically done is I've moved that middle, like the wee connecting piece, like fully off the left side onto the right side. But I'm trying to think. Effectively, I want to tighten it, so you would think. But I mean, basically the better adjustment to make is the one deeper into the thing that I can't quite see. That's so annoying because it's so close, but it's like right at the absolute limit, and that is not a good state to be in. So I need to figure out this other adjustment rather than just fine tuning. And I cannot for the life of me figure out who it is. Look back at these videos, but I'm now covered in oil. Shit. I need a light in here, but I don't have one. I can't see in there to tell what to adjust. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's down there. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. Right, okay. One sec. I'm going to look back at... Oh! Oh! A raid has inspired an Olivetti Littera unearthing. About a 14mm difference to full actuation versus electrocapacitive. Wait, what? I'm not following. Can you give me more information? Because I'm intrigued. I'm going to need new gloves. So, there is another adjustment that can be made to this, which is deeper into the system. I'm going to just... There was a video earlier that somebody sent. Not this one. Hey, Sinvik. So, what you missed is basically that I got it to be basically sorted, like basically straight, and then it was just a tiny wee bit more and it would have been perfect. And I turned it one more time and the whole thing just fully separated. So, clearly that fine-tuning thing is not meant for adjustments that large. So, I'm now going back to the original video to see what the...
Dwayne here, PhoenixTypewriter.com. Got a...
other adjustment was that the guy did.
It's not the first time I've done it, but it's also definitely not common. So underneath the carrier is the rotate. Wow, that's hard to see with the camera.
Is this the same video for earlier? Adjusting bow position. I'm good at that normally, but yeah, that's it. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, I'm just trying to see a clear image of where it is exactly because I don't have a torch.
Okay, right there. There's the shaft.
Okay. It's very difficult to see that. Oh my god. But I can't even see it at all. It's like it's blocked off by something else. Yeah, I just fully cannot see anything that looks like that. It's above... Yep, I don't know. I can't see that at all. There's like a black panel that seems to be going over the front of the thing he's able to see here. One-handed glove. Might need to move the carrier. Aye. Oh right, yeah. Maybe that's what it is. Because I think it is kind of in the middle here, which I think was because of the other video telling me to put it in the middle. Okay, so. Where is it right now? Is it? So does it need to be over? How am I going to move it? Can I even move it when it's turned off? Oh, just compared key travel out of interest. Huh. Okay, I wonder if I can move the carrier while it's turned off, or if I need to turn it on to move it. Yeah. Like, is the adjustment bit underneath the... Nah, I don't think so. Can I just move that or no? Doesn't look like it, does it? Oh, maybe I can. Yeah, still no. There's like a big black thing in the way of what appears to be where he's going. What the fuck, man? That is so annoying because it's so close. I really don't know. But the thing, so he's shining that light through, and it's just open. But there's a, I'll need to flip it to show you. Bloody hell. This is really finicky. So ow. 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 So see this, oh Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm now not move it back. Fucking hell. Oh, for fuck's sake. Because it is this, it's this here that's the problem. These wee belts. So you can see it turning, look. That's underneath that, so why the fucking hell? That's tilt. And that's... Remember that. Oh, that's tilt. That one? Or is that also? No, that's the tilt. What the fuck? That one then? Yeah. So this one that's rotating that way. See how much I'm having to move that to make it line up. Jesus Christ. So basically I'm wanting that to move further out like that. I don't think that side moves. I think that side's fixed. Oh no, that also moves. But I mean, see this, the thing with the warning sticker on it, and there's, I mean, obviously I've moved it now, but this black part here, does that lift? No, it can't lift up. Sure. That's what it is. That needs to be like further out to put more tension on it to line it up. Is that black thing that's in the way? Aye, I think so. So if that can be moved, then that might be the problem. At least that would give me access to see the thing I need to adjust, but I currently can't even see it. And even once I can see it, I don't think I have the tools to adjust it. I think I'm going to be able to reach in and twist it. Which is why I was trying to use the fine-tune thing, to see if I had just enough scope in that, but it doesn't look like it, does it? So frustrating. The thing is, as I move this, right, so that moves both of them, both sides. Hands are covered in crap. And it wasn't even just an Allen wrench, it was also like a big bendy, it was like flexible. I think that's putting it the wrong way, like that's adjusting it more to that side. Try not to get that all over the typewriter. I can wash it after, but because now it's like one step away instead of 2 steps away, like columns wise, which is still better, but it's not, you know. What's bizarre to me is that like there's way more space to move it along, but like that's just going to take it off the other side. So how does that help? It might be a case of just compromise, like get it as close as I can, and then just give up and call it good enough. Don't know, because it's getting very, very close. Like that is so close. Might be good enough. Don't know. But that's like really wobbly. It's not a good position to be in. Put the roller back in and try it. Yeah. I don't trust that being. It's like basically one arm here, another arm here, connected by a big sort of bolt, you know, like a nut. I can turn it, which moves it along for this side to this side. But the problem is, once I get to the maximum adjustment over to the right hand side, it just runs out of stuff on the left and disconnects, which is basically where I am now. Like, it's right on the verge of just dropping off, which it fully came off a minute ago. So not really what you want, you know? It's so damn close. I might leave it there and see if it's usable. I just don't trust it at all. I think the next thing I'll do before I put it back together, I'm going to check where the other problem is. You remember earlier, Sinvik, I said the carriage return, it seemed wrong to me that it was just returning a wee bit and then a wee bit and then a wee bit. That is wrong, apparently. It's supposed to do exactly what I thought, which is new line and then fully return. But it's not doing that. So, jeez, that's really tight. Where's my... so yeah, that is wrong. So I'm going to try and see why that's happening. Because that's just really annoying. And I think that's accessible for the top, supposedly, but I mean, looking at that, don't see how it could be. Again, that big black thing seems like it's in the way. If underneath, though, it kind of looks like I can see what might be the same thing. Ah, fuck it, we'll try it first and then... But yeah, that's definitely not right. Like, it shouldn't be not fully returning. That's really strange. Ow! Oh my god. Just fell off the desk. Oh, it's my clips it back into the bottom case. That clutching mechanism was right behind that black thing. Yep. Like underneath that. How the fuck do I get that off though? Can I or no? Because it's sort of in the way of the... whatever. I'm going to go through so many gloves doing this because there's just oil everywhere. Anyway, let's turn it back on. Not a good noise, is it? We don't like that noise. Oh, yeah, we'd need to probably turn on the... put that back in. No, that's not quite right, is it? Is it? Yeah. Okay. What? Oh no. Look at the type ball. See that horrible noise it made when it turned on? Oh no, it's just shifted. It's just shifted. I don't know why it's shifted, but whatever. Right. See that, like, oh, I think I bumped the camera. At the top of the black thing is a metal bar with a series of screws along it, yep. Correct. Looks like the black sheet of plastic might be sandwiched below that bar. It might be. Anyway, sorry. So the problem that I'm thinking with this is, so if I oh shit, that should be like that. Ding. Right. Okay. So tabbing see, like, tab looks a bit iffy, and return keeps jamming. I can see something spinning there, but I think that is in the way. Like, surely the tabs would be the same distance, right? But like, just freaking out a bit. Right, right. That was different. That like almost didn't move. Strange. But why does that one work? That's what I don't get. Like, that one's fine, that's smooth, but if I press just normal return, that's jumping back in wee steps. Why? Why not like a whoa, you know? That should be, as far as I know, it should be that does that, but also that, right? It's like it's jumping. I really don't know. You have to manually set the tabs on this machine, yeah. You can start by clearing all the tabs and try adding them every 4 spaces or whatever. Yeah. I wonder. So if I think I need to tab to the position, so like, there's tab 1, so clear that. Right? And then, well, that worked. So clear that. Right, tab, okay, clear. What? But like, is it returning to the tabs? Is that the problem? So is it maybe not a problem? It's just because the tab. Surely not. Seems wrong. Right, so tab, clear that. Don't know if that worked. Don't know if I'm doing it right. But see, it's like it's not consistent. Why is that taking 3 goes? That's the thing. So tab 1, right, fine. Okay, so it seems like that did work actually, so clear that. Did I just let that reset on its own? Like, I don't know, I can't remember how I... So it seems like clearing the tabs is working. Definitely need to get that off. How do you get that off? It just seems like it has to be out of the way, like that's blocking access to something. But I don't understand. I don't know. Unless I just need to put the carriage all the way to the left or something, but I don't think so. Does that even like slide or? Definitely is moving. Like I can remove it, but I don't know how you might get it fully out. Let's put this off again for a sec. Yeah. It is moving, but it's very difficult to... So this, here, I need to go for it. The cartridge has to be all the way left and pull it out, maybe. Cut out on the left edge looks like it's carriage shaped to pull the sheet past the carriage. Carriage shaped. Yeah. Possibly. It's just like there's no really room to get it out the road, you know? Like it's loose. It's just sort of dangling. But like I don't get how moving the carriage would actually help with that, because it's just the space to move it is very limited. How would that being there make any difference to? I understand what you mean, like it looks like a cutout to accommodate that. I agree with that, but I don't understand how that would be. Oh shit! Oh no! I've made a cunt of that. Oopsie. There you go. Yeah, I don't really get how that would help make that work. Fuck, I've just messed up. Because it's moving, but like I can't vertically. I don't know. Like there's other things in the way other than the carriage. Unless I need to take that side out first, possibly. Would maybe make sense. We'll try that. I think the mechanism that I need is here on the right hand side as well. My monitor flickered when I turned that off. That seems bad. Don't worry about use those tweezers for that. Ow. Fucking ow. But yeah, I mean, that does seem to be. That's so fiddly to get in there. Right, there we go. So that was awkward by itself. Jeez, that fucking hurt. So I think it's this. Mm-hmm. See that wheel spinning? And there's the clutch, yeah. That's weird. Does that just fully release it? Is that what it is? So when I hit return, don't know how clearly you can see this, but see here. See that wee white cog there that's currently sitting still, right? When I hit return, it spins, but like by a set amount, like just a wee bit, just briefly it spins. And when I'm tabbing, it's going the opposite direction, right? That's what's making it move the carriage. However, that's so strange. Because that, why does that work and that doesn't? That's what I don't get. Because if I go all the way to the end and then I hold this, fine. But if I go all the way to the end and then press return, it's like reverse tab, basically. Why? And by the way, that isn't rotated enough. Oh shit. Balls. because you're doing the hold action, much like holding space will advance to the end of the page. Well, nah. Yeah, but if I hold return, it only does the bit it's repeating is the new line part and not the. You know, like, it clearly can achieve smooth motion all the way back. And I don't know about the noise it's making, but don't know how I feel about that. Let's see what's making the noise. I'm not sure how the clear tab thing. Hang on, where's the miner? Oh, there. Operating instructions. There. Optional features. No, where's the tab thing? Ah! Right. To clear a tab, tab the carrier to the stop you want to clear, then press clear. But that's that. But that's what I've done. To clear all tabs at once, tab the carrier all the way to the right. Press and hold clear as you press carrier return or the express backspace key. So hold that and then yo. Kinda sorta. There we go. Right. Let's get rid of the tabs. And tab does have smooth motion. So like, I don't think it's just a cleaning thing. It seems like a weird... Time savers. A partial carrier return can be used to type tabulated materials such as columns or figures, of figures or addresses and envelopes. Set tab stops first, which we've now cleared. Tap carrier return followed by the tab key as soon as the carrier passes the tab stop. But that should still fully return though. That's the thing I'm not getting. Because the tab's now smooth. That's going all the way to the end. That's the new line part, this wheel over here. It's strange. Well, if I pull that off, I should be able to access the other part that I can't see for the angle adjustment on the ball. Rory Rudden? I'm guessing it's Rudden rather than Rudden. Right, let me have another look at this. That worries me that when I turn that off, my monitor flickers. It's like it's causing a power surge. So not that one, sorry, the one that was about... Right, not that one. This one? Is this one here? No. I think it is this one.
And the other one that should do the... Yeah, you can see it, it does the tilt. So mine is cocked to the side, so I have to figure out which arm moves this, and it's attached to this guy over here, and there's a turnbuckle, so it should be fairly easy to adjust.
See, it just goes, oh, there's a turnbuckle, so it'll be easy to adjust, and then cuts and moves on, and doesn't show it being adjusted.
The way this thing is of mind-boggling complexity.
There might be
Here's
that
a
mine is so far out
summary
that adjustment isn't sufficient.
adjustment manual, and these are all the
fine,
adjustments
fine.
you can go through.
But
it's working again. Tab is fine. That was the toughest one to.
So where?
So now I just have to work on my sticky tab key. The return is not that good either. It sticks. Yeah, there we go. Oh,
See, mine's not doing that.
Sticky, sticks a bit. It's working again. Tab is fine. That was the toughest one to repair. That was the sluggish carriage return, and it turns out this guys over here that have to be adjusted properly.
Adjusted how though? What do you mean adjusted properly? What the fuck does that mean?
First, there should be no oil.
No oil on that. Yeah, which is what I thought.
This one because.
But curiously, it looks different from mine. I think he's talking about this. There's no oil on that. And there certainly appears to be. This is about repairing the carriage return. Okay. Unless we're looking at the same video. Alright, no, this is different. Oh, fuck off.
Today I want to take a look at.
Today
I want to take a look at ways
go
to manually
away.
correct text on a typewriter.
No,
Now I'd read.
what the fuck? What the hell happened there? What the fuck? What happened? I don't understand. Oh no, that's falling off again. Oh no, don't do that. Jesus Christ. Okay.
But there's a clutch mechanism here, and this spring here, right here, is what controls the carriage return. And this is a rotating shaft.
Oh,
and
actually, you know what? That
when the carriage return is engaged,
it
puts pressure on that clutch, and it actually causes it to actually causes part of that to stop. But without the spring on there, it would not return at all. And this one is not perfect. It sometimes has a little bit of trouble returning, but it's a lot better than no action at all. And I may need to just adjust the spring tension, maybe to give a little bit better performance. But when this, you notice here I'm pressing the express, this EXP key I also learned is called express backspace, and it just runs the carriage back without causing the paper to advance. But you'll notice here that this stops when that clutch is activated, that part of the mechanism. And that has to be working in order for the return to work. So here's this one, and this one, the spring was present, but it was really bent. See, there's the spring. The spring had been all stretched out. So I readjusted the spring tension by bending it. I mean, I guess, yeah, it was kind of bent, so I kind of bent it in such a way to give more tension. And now this one seems to be working pretty well. Hopefully it'll continue to work here for this demonstration. And it looks like it does. This one is the selectric tree. It seems like the keys are all working. So I'll go ahead and put probably can go ahead and put it back together, but that little spring is the key to getting the carriage return. Or I think this was also called the carrier. It's probably more properly called the carrier than the carriage. But I'm more used to thinking of it as a carriage return. That little spring is the key to getting the return to work properly. I'll try and make another video showing operation of these typewriters, but I think that I've certainly learned a lot more about these, about where lubrication needs to be applied. I still have a whole lot to learn. I couldn't get the service manuals unzipped. They were in RAR format, and I tried to unzip them, but couldn't get any data. So I'll try and see if I can figure those out. But I've got these now working a lot better. Also, well, I guess I can go ahead and show this one. Here's this one. This is a smaller Selectric too, and I took the spring out of this one because this one's motor doesn't seem to be running. So I'll have to find out what's going on with that. There's some progress on Selectric typewriter repair.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Adrian's Digital Basement 2, or shall I say Analog Basement.
I think I might need to just quit this and do some research. Tab's fine. I think you also need to sleep. Yeah, that too. See this spring the guy's on about? I don't know which spring he's referring to be honest. So that's the new line part, fine, but what I'm not getting fully is, see, in order to move it, it's part of this spinning bit. Yeah. I really don't like that every time I turn it off, my monitor flickers. So, yeah. There's a wee... He's fixing this typewriter exclusively for writing complaint letters to whiskey distillers. Dear sir or madam. See the spring now? Yeah. Do you think it's this one they're referring to? Maybe. So like that? Yeah. Yeah, now it's moved, it's there. Okay. see it clearer now. So, like here. But what the fuck would I do with that? Like, how... The other guy said something about there shouldn't be oil on that sort of sideways spring. If that's correct, then this is covered in oil. That there. Get that. This is so weird. Like, I don't understand why. Like, that has an issue, but I can just hold the express deleting or backspace, whatever, and it works fine. Because, like, the tab's smooth. Tab is, like, plain sailing. I can't decide if it's, like, there's insufficient oil, or there's oil where there should be none. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, of course that'll be in the way. Probably both. Probably. I'll just try like time it so I can get in there. Every time I do that, the screen like flickers. Worrying. It's so bizarre though, because it's like, I mean, it seems like consistently the same amount every time. See? I really don't know. I don't know what it is. It's bothering me that I don't know. But oh well. I'm too tired. I need sleep. I've been streaming for fucking ages. Has it been like 8 hours or something this way? I'm happy and I'm not. You know what I mean? I was told that this was tested, working, whatever. The guy's clearly gone to great lengths to make sure that it's packaged incredibly carefully so that it's not going to get damaged. But I don't understand how this lack of function could have been caused in transit, so it seems like it was just like that to begin with. And I don't know, I just don't get it. I'm suspicious now. Anyway, off you go. Let me see. What are we at? No, I know. I just like part of the problem is we see with stuff like this. If I come back and revisit it, I'll remember some of the small details about like exactly how I got it apart and how to get it back together and all that sort of stuff. So I think I should probably at least reassemble it before I do anything else. But aye, anyway, I need to go to bed. So Alessio KB? I don't even remember who that is, but apparently I follow him. Well, fuck it. Let me see what they're doing. I mean, it's a keyboard thing. Looks like they're doing an... Oh, looks like an Alice. Fuck it. Why not? I have no memory of this person, but I mean, I must. I'm following them, so who knows? It's done.